Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 6th edition conference on internationalization of higher education, organized by Symbiosis International Universities, an association of Indian universities, and supported by Obriel Global and Services Export Promotion Council of India. This year, the theme of the conference is Interregional Cooperation for Effective Internationalization of Higher Education. This conference has brought together academics, university administrators, practitioners, vice chancellors, and policymakers to discuss the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead as they face what is likely to be one of the most challenging situations faced by the higher education in recent times during and post the COVID-19 pandemic. The internationalization of higher education and increasing student mobility are not new social phenomena. The internationalization of higher education has evolved the education sector into a globally interconnected, knowledge-based society over the past few decades. Academic partnerships and information exchange prospects with collaborators in other regions, and especially in the same region, have become more important to the higher education institutions and national governments. Recent research on how regional cooperation has risen in economic, educational, and cultural dimensions has convincingly indicated that new models of higher education governance are emerging in Asia, marked by evolving traits of regulatory regionalism. The conference this year will focus on the interregional cooperation between countries and the importance of dialogue in advancing internationalization of higher education. Dr. Vidya Yaravdekar is the Principal Director of Symbiosis Society and the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University. Dr. Vidya holds a postgraduate degree in medicine, a degree in law, and a PhD in internationalization of higher education in India. Having presented papers at various national and international conferences, she has numerous research publications to her credit and has also authored several books. Ma'am, may I now request you to give your welcome address?
Yeah, thank you. The honorable guests who gathered here and members on the dais, Dr. S.B. Muzumdar sir, the Chancellor of Symbiosis International University and the founder president of Symbiosis, Dr. G. Thiruvasakam, the President of Association of Indian Universities, my dear friend Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Mr. Raman Torrent, who's not present here today, but his team is here, President of Obriel Global, an organization that is doing immense work in internationalization of higher education. And I'm glad that I chair the chapter of Obriel Global here in India. Dr. Rajni Gupte, the Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, Dr. Anita Patankar, Mr. Abhay Sinha, the Director General of the Services Export Promotion Council, again, a body that I sit on as a chair of the education vertical. Members of FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chamber for Commerce and Industries, I chair the FICCI Higher Education Committee. Several academics who joined from all across the world, and of course India, students and faculty members of Symbiosis. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you for this important conference on internationalization of higher education. And we focus more on the internationalization of higher education with reference to India. We are very glad that Association of Indian Universities has been collaborating with us since the last 6 years. And I thank the President as well as the Secretary General for collaborating with us. And I'm very glad that this time it's FICCI as well as SEPC that has also collaborated for this conference. This conference is one conference that people from across the world actually look forward to. And every year we've been having physical conferences except the last 2 years, and this year it's virtual. I hope that next year in 2023, we again have a physical conference where different minds from different places actually gather together on the campus of Symbiosis to celebrate internationalization of higher education. This year, of course, as Amrita has rightly described, the theme is interregional cooperation and collaboration. During my research in internationalization, I always realized that the focus of internationalization used to be on student mobility. So when we speak about internationalization, we always talk about the number of foreign students that come to a country, the number of foreign host country students who go abroad for higher education. So the focus always used to be students. The second focus, of course, would be faculty mobility, where we would look at the inbound and outbound mobility of our faculty members. And third, of course, it used to be collaborations, where universities would collaborate with other universities, again to facilitate faculty and student mobility. But over the last few years, and more specifically, after I started interacting with members who are the members of Obriel Global, I realized that regions need to collaborate for effective internationalization. And when we speak about regions, it always used to be the South-North collaborations that we always saw. Even if you look at the collaborations that Indian universities have, they would be primarily with universities in Europe or UK. We never looked at, horizontally towards our southern partners. And what the United Nations, UNESCO always talk about is a focus on global South or South-South collaborations. And here we actually bring in two different regions, South-South and North collaborations, to see how effective internationalization can happen between these regions. We are doing a lot of work through Obriel, through FICCI, to ensure that South-South-North collaborations actually are encouraged. When we look at our partners, towards Latin America or South America, and when we start talking to them, we realize that they're so much like us. It's only that geographical distances are separating us. Or even when we look at Australia, again, on this side, we realize that there's so much in common. And I'm very happy that, we used to earlier only look at Australia through the lens of cricket. But now with the Indian government really spearheading its collaborations with Australia, we will see a very strong academic collaborations also happening, not just in Australia, but Australasia, I would say. And we're going to discuss this tomorrow. So the South-South-North collaborations, which are typically inter-regional collaborations, are something that the government should encourage, and specifically networks that we spoke about yesterday should encourage. Another aspect of inter-regional collaboration is, the India and the countries around it. Honestly, India has not really looked at collaborations with universities and institutions around it. And I think we are like a big brother in this space. And I'm sure there's so much of learning that other countries in this region can really look. So whether it is inter-regional or intra-regional collaborations, I'm sure all such collaborations will lead to effective internationalization. Symbiosis as a university has done so much in the space of internationalization since the last 50 years. And I'm very glad that we just commemorated our 50 years, our golden jubilee, and we had the Honorable Prime Minister of India coming in as the chief guest to bless us. More, of course, will be spoken about by Dr. Muzumdar, the founder of Symbiosis, so I will not like to speak much, but I can only say that in India, we are very happy that we, in our little way, have contributed to spearheading the process of internationalization. So I welcome once again all the delegates who have registered for this conference, students, faculty members, and our partner networks. And I'm very happy that this conference, which is spread over 2 days, will certainly inspire not just students, but even the faculty members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya ma'am. Established in 1971, Symbiosis has now completed its 50 years. It was indeed a momentous occasion for us when the Honorable Prime Minister accepted and visited our university to commemorate the Golden Jubilee celebration of Symbiosis. We will now see a short film highlighting the 50 golden years of Symbiosis.
Symbiosis dwells in many hearts, as it does in the many walls of this place. Symbiosis is the laughter of students and the quintessence of education. A world-renowned multicultural, multilingual, and multidisciplinary educational institution, Symbiosis has campuses in Pune, Bengaluru, Noida, Nashik, Hyderabad, and Nagpur. Over the years, Symbiosis has excelled in 3 avatars of culture, education, and health: physical, mental, social, and spiritual. Symbiosis truly embodies Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's transformative vision, manifest in the country's national education policy that aims to create global citizens with Indian values, which has also been the focus of Symbiosis throughout its illustrious journey of 50 years. Inspired by the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and the efforts of Dr. S.B. Mujumdar, Symbiosis International University has established Symbiosis Arogya Dham over a sprawling 70-acre campus at Lovely.
मुझे इसी गोल्डन मोमेंट पर आरोग्य धाम कॉम्प्लेक्स के लोकार्पण का अवसर भी मिला है।
Sir, this is the historic moment to all of us and a moment of fulfillment of my life. 50 years ago, the idea germinated in my mind to promote friendship and understanding between foreign and Indian students and thereby promote international understanding. Today, we are celebrating golden jubilee of this golden idea. This university is health promoting university and Arogya Dham is situated in proud place.
Announced to the world by the magnificent Symbiosis Swarna Mahotsav Dwar and ushering in a new era of holistic and integrative medicine. Symbiosis Medical College for Women, the first residential medical college for women in Maharashtra, is aligned with the Prime Minister's Women Empowerment Campaign, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. The medical college and the 900-bedded state-of-the-art Symbiosis University Hospital and Research Center are dedicated to serving humanity in line with the Ayushman Bharat motto, as evident in their commendable service to people in the many villages and hamlets around the lovely campus. These institutions have been instrumental in ensuring the well-being of the community, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Symbiosis Arogya Dham houses institutions in diverse disciplines such as health sciences, biological sciences, nursing, health skills, sports sciences, emotional well-being, yoga, and specialized research. Symbiosis Arogya Dham strives to provide affordable, available, and accessible medical and healthcare services, especially to marginalized population, and make a difference to medical education in the country. The various pathies, such as allopathy, homeopathy, naturopathy, yoga, Ayurveda, and other alternative medicines have been brought under one umbrella at Symbiosis Arogya Dham, further strengthening India's reputation as the world's leading medical tourism destination. The Symbiosis University Hospital aims to issue health cards to all residents of the surrounding villages. This endeavor is a testament to Dr. S.B. Mujumdar's journey of self-realization as a prolific thinker who envisioned the future well ahead of time. The identity of Symbiosis International University has acquired many hues and dimensions over the decades, but the world was, is, and will always be its family.
आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को मजबूत करने के लिए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम भी उस सपना भी साकार तब होता है जब एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना साकार होता है। मुझे विश्वास है कि 50 साल की आपके पास एक ऐसी पूंजी है, अनुभव की पूंजी है। अनेक एक्सपेरिमेंट करते करते आप यहां पहुंचे हैं। एक खजाना है आपके पास, ये खजाना भी देश के काम आएगा। आप फले फूले और यहां पर आने वाले हर बच्चा अपना उज्जवल भविष्य बनाने के लिए आत्मविश्वास के साथ निकल पड़े। यही मेरी आपको शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम।
Thank you. Mr. Ramon Torrent is the Executive President of Obriel Global, an association of universities with members in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, Europe, and the Middle East. Mr. Ramon was very active as a student and afterwards as a young lecturer in the process of democratic transition in Spain. He has been a consultant for many international organizations and has published extensively on higher education and international relations. Mr. Ramon was present at the roundtable yesterday with all of us, but is traveling today and has sent a video message. May we now listen to the video message.
Honorable Minister for Skills and Development of the Government of India, very dear Professors Mujumbar and Gerard Dekar, Chancellor and Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, Dr. Tirum Sagam, President of the Association of International Universities, Mr. Abai Sinya, Director General of the Service Export Promotion Council, very dear participants in this inaugural ceremony. It is a great honor for me, as President of Obriel Global, being able to share some thoughts with you. I will be very brief because I do not want to take much of your valuable time, so I will simply bring to your consideration two ideas. The first relates to the very title of this conference, Interregional Cooperation for Effective Internationalization of Higher Education. Indeed, the key word in this title is interregional, and I would say interregional as opposed to global, a word that we have abused. We even on Obriel, we use global, but it's simply to mean that we come from very different places in the world. The globe, as such, is not a political act, for good or for bad. What exists are countries that are very different, and as a result, when you put countries together, it is inevitable that there will be inequality among them. If we look for inclusiveness, it's much better to look at regions. There are regions in the world. In Central and Western Europe, there is the European Union. In Africa, there is the African Union, which embraces the whole continent. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there are regions and sub-regions and associations of universities in them. In Southeast Asia, there is ASEAN and the ASEAN University Network. And there are two countries which, because of their immense population, their complexity and their importance, can be considered for our purposes regions in themselves. These are India and China. This is the level, in our opinion, in which inclusive, effective cooperation in higher education can be organized. And this is why we, modestly, but with ambitious modesty, we promote from Obriel Global interregional dialogue, and we are so extremely proud of having this idea shared in India and shared even by the Association of Indian Universities. This was the first idea. Let's think in terms of interregional, and let's try to forget the term global when we apply to higher education and to meaningful cooperation in higher education. The second message, the second idea can be very simple, and it is to emphasize from a world perspective, and at least from a European perspective, the leading role that India has to play in this interregional cooperation. India, with its 1,300 million citizens, but also Indian as a hub, as a possible hub for the neighborhood, as an articulator also of the dialogue with other countries in Asia, an issue that you will also be discussing in this conference. So that's all. Again, it has been a great honor for me, and I'm sure that with an active Indian participation, interregional dialogue in higher education will become the more successful way of articulating this international cooperation in the future. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Mr. Ramon, for sending us that video message. Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam is the president of the Association of Indian Universities. In recognition of his academic contributions in the field of higher education, he has been a recipient of a number of awards, like the Colombo Plan Fellowship by the British Council, the Colonel status by the Tamil Nadu State NCC Battalion, and the Best Management Leader by the International Business Management Council, Mumbai. Apart from authoring 18 books, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam has had the privilege of serving as a member in various committees of prestigious apex bodies of the higher education sector. So, may I now request you to deliver your address.
Pranam to every one of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Honorable Chancellor of the esteemed University, Dr. S.P. Majumdar, most respected Pro-Chancellor of the institution, Dr. Vidya Erath-Bedkar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. Rajani Kupte, and the Organizing Secretary of this International Convention, Dr. Anida Patankar, and respected Ramon, the President of Obriel Global Observatory, Spain, who came in the video conference a few minutes ago, and fellow speaker, Dr. Abhay Simka, my colleague in AIU, beloved and respected Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General of AIU, and most importantly, the participants of the international conference. Firstly, I would like to register my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the University of Symbiosis, who has organized this event continuously by following tradition of conducting international conferences, especially in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities. As a matter of fact, I take it as a pride and honor given to Association of Indian University by this esteemed university and joining partnership with us and conducting this program for the last 6 years. I am very much confident that the partnership will continue and the joint venture will give fruitful results as well. My dear participants, equally I'm happy about the outcome of the previous conferences. There are conferences, deliberations are there, discussions are there, recommendations are there. After the conference, most of the recommendations may be in the form of a paper, not in action as well. Now I come to understand that the organizers of the conference under the able leadership of the Chancellor, Dr. Majumdar, have taken forward with real spirit to the government, to other international organizations, and now we are able to enjoy the benefit of the recommendation in the form of action plan as well. We had national education policy. Right now we have the SDG as well. All these things, though we are very happy about it, these committees, they might have taken certain provisions, certain recommendations of the international conference which are being conducted yearly as well. Because whatever I see, the ingredients of this conference are in the form of policy decisions in our government. My dear friends, this conference is being organized when Indian higher education system is undergoing a massive changes in internalization of higher education. Yes. 10 years ago, there was an acquisition from the rulers, from the top officials of the apex bodies, even among the general public, saying that no single university of India finds place among the 100 universities of global ranking. In contrary, today, we are able to see almost more than 100 universities. They find a place in the global ranking of both WHOIS World University Ranking and Time University Ranking as well. So every one of us in the academic stream should be very happy about the challenges, of course, along with the achievements which are being enjoyed by higher education system of India. Now the credit goes to the higher education system of India as well. Secondly, Indian students gone abroad for higher education studies drastically increased. As per the statistics submitted in the recently held parliament, okay, there are right now 12 lakhs Indian students in abroad in almost more than 68 countries. Every year, there is a possibility of seeing our own students going outside not less than 2 lakhs. It shows how much importance we give for international education by sending our students to various universities. When you see the other side as well, attracting foreign students also, now, right now, the statistics is there are 49,000 foreign students in almost more than 168 universities, which includes the renowned Symbiosis International University as well. It was not the case with 5 years ago. It was only around 24,000. So we can very well infer that people, especially all the stakeholders of higher education, they realize the importance of internalization. That's the reason we are able to get benefit out of it. Thirdly, NEP 2020, as mentioned by Honorable Prime Minister, who have visited and appreciated you, very specifically mentioned about the importance of education policy and its implementation. Yes, this policy only opened the gate for foreign universities to establish almost 100 universities can come down here and they can very well spread the message of importance of internalization of higher education and offering quality education as well. And finally, the present environment should be very thankful to Sustainable Development Goals of 2015. As per the UN chart of 2015, no, as far as the goal number 4 is concerned, it gives much importance for internalization of higher education. On that basis, the government and the organization like us, including Association of Indian University, we discuss in detail in various forums and national conferences as well. And we have given roadmap to all the universities. How can we implement sustainable development goals, and how can we improve the internationalization of higher education in our institutions as well? My dear friends, to further strengthen the globalization of higher education, the definition of international has to be redefined according to the transformation which are being taking place globally, especially in the area of research and industry 0.4, which are taking place successfully in all parts of the countries. As you are well aware that there is no recipe or one set of indicators for an international universities. Internationalization is a process of change which is tailored to meet the individual needs and interest of each of higher education entity. Adapting a set of objectives and strategies which are in vague is becoming objective now. Interestingly, the principle that each program, institution, or country needs to determine its individual approach to internationalization based on its own clearly articulated rationales, goals, and expected outcomes. At this juncture, we have to openly accept and acknowledge that after several decades of international development, especially internationalization has grown in scope, scale, and importance. At the same time, there is no question that it has transformed the world of higher education, but internationally has also undergone fundamental changes itself. There are countless examples of positive initiatives which illustrate how collaborative scholarships, cross-border education exchange, and campus-based internalization strategies contribute to the development of individuals, institutions, nations, and the world at large. Moreover, it is forecasted that by 2025, the demand for internationalization will grow to 7.2 million students. It's a quantum leap from 1.2 million students in 2000. I would like to stress a major request to the organizers and the participants as well. The purpose of inviting the foreign universities and dignitaries of the foreign universities to a conference need not restricted just to listen their sharing experience in internationalization. And one step again, duplicating their policies and programs without understanding, adapting the scope and objectives of higher education institution, which is different from those Western countries. Unfortunately, the policymakers bring such changes. Policymaker, I mean Indian policymakers, saying that our higher education system is as par with the higher education system of advanced countries. Yes, it is a welcome move, and it will be beneficial to the university and students, provided the apex bodies like University Grants Commission, AICTE, Medical Council of India, and the NAC are flexible and liberal in allowing the critics to adapt and introduce those programs. Again, my dear friends, it is very unfortunate. Present system doesn't permit the university to function independently with autonomy. Whatever we speak loudly about internationalization, whatever we see which are very popular in foreign countries, whatever see which are all our content as one of the contents of the national education policy brought down directly from Western countries. But when it's a question of implementation, there are a lot of bottlenecks. Having these bottlenecks, whatever we give emphasis on importance, the internationalization will not get its own outcome and achievement as well. For an example, twinning program. Yes, twinning program, it is permitted by UGC in India, whereas with the restriction that the degrees should be given only by the host university and in Indian university alone. You can very well understand why our students are very much eager to go abroad. This is one of the reasons. If at all India UGC, National Education Policy, permit the host universities, I mean Indian universities, to see that the degree of foreign university also will be included or joint degree in twinning program, definitely I can say it is only real internationalization of higher education of India, and our students will not go out of the country. They will get the benefit from the universities of India. Then come to joint degree. This we have been talking about for the last 5 decades. But till this time, we are not permitted to offer a joint degree, both by countries in outside and these countries in India. Even in the national education policy, there is a restriction in offering joint degree program. And think about other countries of Australia, USA, UK, Spain, whatever it may be, because they are very liberal and they are given autonomy to the universities. Then come to joint research. Joint research, joint publication is permitted, joint conference is permitted, joint PhD is permitted, but degree will not be allowed to be given by the foreign universities. So when this type of restrictions certainly will discourage the universities to go behind the internationalization of education as well. Likewise, before I conclude, my dear friends, now in India, especially the Ministry of Education and the UGC, they very specifically, categorically also told the off campuses can be given only to the category 1 universities. Yes, our government is very much particular about appreciating the what you call as the quality at the same standard of institutions. At the same time, how many universities come under A++ of NAC? How many universities come under the first 50 universities? Hardly it is less than 130 out of 1,100 universities. There are universities like Symbiosis. Of course, Symbiosis grade is different. There are some unique universities which it gives education on culture and tradition of India. There are universities sector focusing, especially talking about public policy, especially talking about population, especially talking about maritime, especially talking about forensic, especially talking about finance of India. These universities, they have several limitations to get A++, but they are very unique, they are very popular, and placement is assured. When it is a case, keeping a restriction of only category 1 universities alone means how internationalization can be encouraged by UGC and government of India as well. That kind of discouragement must go, then only we can very well concentrate, my dear friends. They are very much, it is, if it is not there, it is lost to the country, it lost to the education system of India, and ultimately it lost to the internationalization of higher education. Finally, I have to share that Association of India University recently taken initiative towards strengthening internationalization of higher education of India and established Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education, a consortium of potential universities committed to promote the internationalization of higher education with the core objectives of to provide research-based critique, policy advice and advocacy and thought leadership intervention on internationalization of higher education. And one more initiative is also going to launch by AIU. It is nothing but bringing out an international research journal in the name of AIU's International Journal of Research and Publications. My dear participants, AIU has many such programs to promote internationalization, and it is my invitation to all the universities of India and abroad to join with AIU and strengthen AIU and further take forward the concept of internationalization of higher education. With these words, I would like to register my compliments and congratulations to Dr. Majumdar and his team for having organized this regular 7th year, the mega event of Internationalization of Higher Education Conference. Wish you all best of luck. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Abhay Sinha is the Director General at the Services Export Promotion Council, an organization set up by Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Sir has had 18 years of experience in promotion of international trade, market research, and international trade information services. He has initiated a number of activities related to industry-institute partnership, innovation, and CSR. Sir, may I now request you to deliver your address. So we request you to unmute.
Thank you so much. In fact, just for the reasons of poor video, poor internet connectivity, I'm afraid I need to get off the video. That will help because I was having a lot of difficulty in listening. Am I audible, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya and Professor Majumdar, sir, and everyone else for inviting me as one of the speakers in this August gathering. And as Dr. Vidya in her introductory remarks mentioned about the role ACPC has been mandated to play in education sector, and more so when we talk about internationalization of higher education. And very recently, we had gone to Dubai for India Expo. And there we gathered a lot of inputs, a lot of, case studies as such, I would like to say, the hands-on experience on how other universities from other parts of the world are initiating or moving forward in their efforts. And just before me, like Dr. G. Thiruvasagam has actually laid down the entire range of the issues constrained the policy. So I won't touch more on that. I'll be trying to give a different perspective, another dimension to it, more from the brand perspective, and how do we actually work on it. I was going through certain details of the guidelines of Ministry of Education that actually lays down the pitch, the ground for internationalization. And some of the points which have been highlighted, and allow me to repeat some of them again. There have been strategies and initiatives which needs to be taken, and they have been mentioned as under internationalization at home, credit recognition and training program, global citizenship approach, ICT-based internationalization, brand building, academic and research collaboration, Alumni Connect, and of course, Office of International Affairs. Now, when I look at all these things, 2-3 things comes to my mind. One is like when we talk about internationalization as an organization, our goal is how many students are we able to attract from overseas to India? As mentioned, more than 10 lakhs students are going out, but hardly 50,000 students are coming to India. That means there is a lot of work required to be done on the perception, how international students, overseas students see India as an education hub, because that is one trigger point. As long as you don't have students, even whatever program we do, whatever initiatives we take, if it fails to attract overseas students, the concept of internationalization from ACPC perspective or from everyone's perspective actually will fail to do the justice. So how do we do that? That is one important point. And that's where I think the ranking, the quality, the brand building, all those things will play a major role. Ranking of the institutions is very important. How well we are able to translate those rankings, how many universities are coming up in the ranking, globally recognized, and how well the ranking position gets translated into attracting these students. That's one part. So one, I would rather say government to government initiative is also very important over here. Like say, for example, in the context of FTA or recently ECTA signed between India and Australia, a lot of effort has been put onto it to facilitate this particular collaboration for internationalization, how it translates into international universities coming to India or vice versa, and how many students are we able to attract. So whenever we talk about the regional approach, we need to have this particular perspective in mind. Another important aspect, which I believe has been also discussed, about the institutional collaboration. That is also going to help in the internationalization of the higher education. The more institute they collaborate, like more Indian universities or institutes gets into some collaboration with international, a lot of internationalization effort. And the last point which I would mention is the brand building. How we are, we had so many famous universities. If we recall the very first university of the world, there is a heritage, a history. How well we do to market the same, in the modern world. That is key to internationalization. Last point is the role of offices of embassies, the role of ACPC in that is complementary. Every embassy have been assigned the task. It is important for them to talk about India. Maybe they need to be more aware of the rankings about the strength of Indian universities and whatever outreach program they do. Internationalization of education should be one of the core area. As far as ACPC is concerned, we are moving ahead in this direction, organizing various programs and seminars. Some expos have been planned outside. We are also trying to bring in a lot more institutions to India to showcase in one of our flagship event on, we call it Global Exhibition Services. On education, specifically also, we are planning to carry out certain activities. So this is where, I believe, most of the points have already been covered. So I would like to conclude myself with these words. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. S.B. Muzumdar is the founder and president of Symbiosis and the chancellor of Symbiosis International University, a multinational, multilingual, and multidisciplinary educational complex of repute. Deeply touched by the hardships suffered by foreign students, especially the Afro-Asian students studying in Pune, Sir established Symbiosis in 1971 with a view to help them and provide them with a home away from home. He soon realized that education is the best medium of promoting international understanding. In recognition of his contribution to the higher education sector, the Government of India has conferred on him the Padma Shri in 2005 and the Padma Bhushan in 2012. Sir has published over 50 research articles in several national and international scientific journals. He has authored several books on life sciences and has contributed to over 200 articles on science, education, and youth development. Sir, may I now request you to deliver your presidential address.
Namaste to all of you. On behalf of myself and Symbiosis International University, I welcome all those who are going to speak today, tomorrow, and I believe they have also spoken yesterday. Well, friends, Symbiosis International University organizes two important conferences. One is Conference on Internationalization of Higher Education. And I'm happy that right from first conference, Association of Indian Universities is contributing and collaborating to this conference. And the second conference that we organize every year is Conference on International Relations. Whereas the first conference on internationalization of higher education is contributed by academicians. Of course, there are others also, but mainly academicians who deliberate on internationalization of higher education and its importance. The second conference that we organize is on international relations. And the large number of speakers are diplomats, ambassadors, high commissioners. And there, I'm very happy that right from the beginning, Ministry of External Affairs is contributing to the success of that conference. I'm mentioning these two conferences because there is a great significance, which I will try to elaborate a little later. Be that as it may, I'm very happy that the chairman, president of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, has just delivered a very enlightened address. And thank you so much, Doctor, for your thoughts, which I'm sure authorities will take into consideration. I also heard Raman Torrent, President Obriel Global Observatory, who has kindly collaborated with this conference. And we also have Abhay Sinha and the familiar face of Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General Association of Indian Universities, who is always present on such conferences and gives very insightful thinking and thoughts. Be that as it may, I would like to divert and direct a little bit from what is going to be discussed today. Of course, it has great relevance, but I must tell you one thing. That international conference or international relations conference or internationalization of higher conference should have one ultimate aim. And what should be that aim? And again, I am going to touch upon it a little later. But let me tell you for the purpose of audience, and I am glad that so many academicians, high commissioners, and ambassadors like our Gautam Babawale and Talmiz Ahmad are also participating in this meaningful seminar, conference. I was professor of botany in Ferguson College. At that time, I realized the importance of foreign students in Pune studying in different colleges and institutions. It was just a coincidence that I happened to understand their problems and difficulties and started a small organization called Symbiosis for the welfare of foreign students. Not only for welfare of foreign students to solve their problems and difficulties, but also to create a friendship between foreign students and Indian students, and thereby promote international understanding. There was starting educational institutions or starting an university was never in my dream. But I realized that when students from different countries come together and they develop friendship and understanding between themselves, it leads to a very wonderful and meaningful and purposeful aim, and that is to promote international understanding through quality education. So initially there was internationalization of culture. Foreign students and Indian students used to come together on various cultural platforms. They used to celebrate Diwali, Eid, Holidays, Christmas, and all sorts of things. And they could understand each other better through exchange of culture. And so that the Symbiosis started with the purpose of internationalization of culture. And little later, we realized we should not stop at internationalization of culture. We must also promote internationalization of education And that is how we started various educational institutions, which ultimately culminated into international university. Since then, since the inception of Symbiosis International University, when we got the status of deemed university, right from inception, internationalization of higher education has become passion for Dr. Vidya. She did PhD in internationalization. She wrote beautiful book which has been referred by many universities in the world on internationalization of higher education. So internationalization of culture, internationalization of higher education has become, what should I say, the main thrust, the USP of Symbiosis. Now, sometimes I wonder, why should you have internationalization of higher education? Local education is good enough. For centuries, we have our own system of education. Maybe it was imposed on us by Britishers. But since 1858, when Macaulay government of India, then British government established 3 universities, we have been conducting education in our own country. And there was no idea at all in the mind of either government officials or among the academicians that there is something like internationalization of higher education. Higher education in your own country is enough to build up your own career. And that is how India produced Ambedkar. India produced so many national leaders like Lokmanya Tilak, Agarkar, so many. And they did a wonderful job. Then why internationalization of higher education? And there comes the motto of Symbiosis, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. But before Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, there are 2 words. Udaracharitanam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And to me, Udaracharitanam has something to do with education. When we say Udaracharitanam Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it means only the noble minds, the generous minds, consider the whole world as one family. And who will create that noble minds? Who will create those generous minds? Nobody except education. And therefore, education assumes a very different dimension. And dimension to create global citizens. Dimension to imbibe and inculcate amongst every youth in the world. That world is one family. And when we say world is one family, we do not mean only human beings, plants, animals, rivers, oceans, minerals. All these constitute world one family. And in order to promote world as one family, we require noble minds, generous minds, global minds. And soon we realize, perhaps after Second World War, that education and education alone can accomplish this. And hence we are promoting internationalization of higher education. Ultimately, the internationalization of higher education should lead to understanding and world peace. But unfortunately, what is happening is, even the best of education systems, which produce excellent engineers, doctors, advocates, judges, they have failed to create world as one family. The education system has failed to create noble minds who killed the Trade Tower of America. Excellent engineers, expert engineers. So, good education, either in any faculty, is not enough unless the mind in that engineer has a global perspective. The mind thinks that world is one family. Now you see wars. Who created powerful machines, bombs, missiles? Again, educated people. But if such education is going to divide the world rather than unite it, do we really want this type of education? No. And here comes the concept of this nobleness, this generosity. And I must tell you one thing. In order to have noble minds and generous minds, you must have open mind. As they say, parachute functions better. In fact, it functions only when it is open. So is the case with mind. Now to create those open minds, to create those generous minds, to create those noble minds, we require different type of education, internationalization of higher education, so that they are exposed to different cultures, different philosophies, different religions. And let me tell you one thing, having spent so many decades in higher education, I am convinced that there is some importance of religion and philosophy in any type of higher education. And so our national education policy has emphasized that. National education policy aims at producing global citizens with global overview. Again, udar minds, generous minds. This is the ultimate aim of our national education policy. So, ultimately, such conferences on internationalization of higher education, or international relations conferences, or conferences of so many subjects which are going all over the world. The ultimate aim should be to create good human beings. Besides good engineers, besides good doctors, besides good leaders, besides good judges. We don't want arrogant engineers. We don't want destructive technologists. All those disciplines should ultimately lead to Sudhaiva Kutumbakam, and therefore the efforts of all educators should be to find out ways and means as to how education can be treated, can be considered as a tool to promote the ancient Indian concept of Udara Charitanam to Vasudhaiva. This is the beauty of our education. And believe me, there is no power like education in the world. Power of education to create peace, to create world as one family, to create noble minds and open minds. So ultimately, we must strive to apply education to the betterment of humanity. Yes, doctors, we definitely need. They are healers of mankind. But don't you not see doctors exploiting their patients? The other day, I happened to read a beautiful WhatsApp. After the defeat of Hitler, and you know how many Jews he killed. Recently, one letter was found out in the debris of that particular site where the Jews were killed, murdered, slaughtered. And that letter said many, many things. And he said, those who built tents where the Jews were taken inside were the most expert engineers. Those who injected poisonous injections in the children of Jews were best pediatricians. Do we want such people? Do we want such doctors? Do we want such engineers? Do we want such, I may say, politicians? So the ultimate aim of internationalization of higher education should lead to globalization of minds, generous minds, open minds. I am repeating it again and again because ultimately all educators must remember for what purpose education exists. And so I feel that seminars like this should be complemented with seminars like international relations, seminars like diplomacy, and I am therefore very happy that there are high commissioners and ambassadors who are going to speak in this seminar. We read what is happening in Ukraine every day. Missiles and tanks and killing and raping. And all these people are educated. Please remember this. Putin is educated, Zelensky is educated, Biden is educated, everybody is educated. And those who create weapons are experts. We want such experts in them. Yes, we want them, but we want them for different purposes. And what purpose? To create world as one family, to contribute, to create broad minds, noble minds. So, in this session, this thought is given to the audience, the students who are watching this from different places in the world. Perhaps that will enlighten them the real aim of education. I'm really happy that people from different parts of the world, from different disciplines, experts in different subjects, have created a confluence of diverse thoughts in this particular seminar. I do not want to take much of your time. Thank you again for supporting us, especially AIU and Obriel Global. And I'm sure this conference will lead to some good solutions. And as the chairman of AIU, Dr. Thirusabam rightly said, seminars are held, recommendations are made, reports are sent. What happens to them thereafter? So either in AIU or in Symbiosis International University or in Ministry of Education, there should be some mechanism to scan those implementation to scan the recommendations of various seminars which are held in different parts of the country and find out which of them are relevant, which of them can be implemented. Our problem in our country is our laws are very good. Take, for example, ideas are good, reports are good. Take, for example, our National Education Commission, headed by Dr. Kasturan. I have gone through that report at least 2-3 times. N number of seminars were held, recommendations made, subcommittees were created, subcommittees made recommendations. What happened to them? I will give you only one example. Symbiosis International University is a deemed university. Now, many international students, many international scholars, those who are participating in this particular seminar will wonder what is this deemed. And National Education Policy has recommended to remove this word. There is nothing like affiliating university, deemed university. University is university. So we must not create good commissions consisting of good experts like Kasturanga, but we must evolve through PICI, through AIU, through such seminars to persuade our government to remove such anomalies. Why symbiosis? When we write on our letterhead, symbiosis into bracket international, symbiosis international deemed university. People are confused, our students are confused, scholars are confused. And there is no country where such deemed category of university. I am giving you just an example. But we should think of this also. And if such things are not, such things should be discussed in this particular seminar. I do not want to take much of your time, but I am glad that you have given us an opportunity to host this particular conference. And I'm sure at least some of the recommendations made by this conference will, in course of time, be implemented. I wish the conference a success. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and a thought-provoking address. Dr. Pankaj Mittal is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. She has been serving the higher education sector for more than 3 decades at senior positions at the University Grants Commission and is also a member of the General Assembly of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, the ICCR at New Delhi. Dr. Pankaj Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and has been a topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics from IARI, New Delhi. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Amrita. And thanks to Symbiosis for holding this 6th International Conference in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities. I know Symbiosis works very hard for this conference, and the experts from all over the world do attend these conferences, and the recommendations do not go in vain. So the recommendations are duly acted upon. So first of all, my thanks are to Symbiosis for hosting this conference every year in collaboration with Association of Indian Universities. Now, while delivering the individual thanks, first of all, let me thank Professor Majumdar. So whenever I see Professor Majumdar, I mean, he's a personality who has dedicated his life to not only education, but especially to internationalization of higher education. And to that extent, the name of the university contains international. The motto of the university has Vasudev Kutumbakam. So his whole life is dedicated to education and internationalization of higher education. So I am grateful to him. And I also say that whenever I see him, I remember a quotation which was given by Dr. Zakir Hussain when he laid down the foundation stone of Jamia Millia Islamia. He said, किसी भी संस्था को बनाने के लिए सामान से ज़्यादा अरमान की ज़रूरत होती है. Means in English, for building any institution, institution, you need more than the infrastructure, the passion. Of course, infrastructure is required. You do labs, libraries, all this is required. But more than that, passion is required. And I see that passion in Dr. Majumdar always. So he's so passionate. Thank you, sir. Thank you for building Symbiosis. Thank you for dedicating 50 years in nurturing Symbiosis. And thanks for giving such an institution to the nation. The Honorable Prime Minister himself was here on the 50th anniversary of Symbiosis. So thanks for being here. Thanks for chairing the conference. Thank you very much. And a similar passion is shared by our president of AIU, Dr. Thiru Vasagam. He is the 100th president of AIU. And I have not seen, I mean, although my term as Secretary General is only 3 years old, but otherwise also I know many presidents of AIU. I have never seen such a passionate president who devotes so much of time to AIU, because normally AIU is taken as a work which is an additional work for the presidents. But he, and all the presidents are not whole-time, they are honorary. But still, he works like a whole-time president for AIU. So thank you, sir. Thank you for working with AIU in such a hard, I mean, in such a dedicated manner. And thank you for your words in this conference. Thank you for talking about INI and the International Journal. Thank you very much. Now, let me thank Vidya. Vidya is in the heart of everything. She's the one who is spearheading everything. Internationalization is her passion. I share her passion with me. And I really bow, Vidya, the way you are working towards promoting internationalization and the way you are taking Symbiosis ahead single-handedly, of course, with a very good team you have with you. So thanks for holding this conference in collaboration with AIU, and thanks for your remarks in this conference. I also thank Raymond Torrent, who is the president of Obriel Global and who had given a video speech. He was with us yesterday also. Yesterday was the roundtable which initiated this 3-day conference, in which Raymond was there, Esther Bremer was there, Laura was there, and African Network was there. So the Vidya has collected all the major networks for that roundtable. So all of them were there. So thanks, Raman. And also thanks to Abhay Sinha, who is the DG of SEPEC and who are also the collaborator for this conference, for being here and speaking about collaborations and rankings and everything. Then let me thank the participants, because without participants, no conference works. So participants, I'm grateful to you that you are here in such large numbers. On the screen, I am able to see Professor Chandel, who is from Shulini University, with whom we are working on SDGs and many more. So thanks to all the participants for being here. Thanks to Anita ji for very ably coordinating this conference, because you don't leave any stone unturned in having the conference, which you are organizing it in the best possible manner. And the beautiful host you have, Amruta, and she is a master of ceremony. You are really doing it very well, Amruta, very well coordinating and very well moderating the session. So thank you very much, and all the best for the 2-day conference. I'm sure there'll be very good participants, there'll be very good speakers, and the conference will really have recommendations which will be implementable and which we'll be sending to the government for implementation. So thank you very much. And if I have left anybody, please excuse me. Sometimes this happens not by design, but by chance. So thank you very much. Thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we've come to the end of the inaugural session. I would like to inform all of you all that track 1 will begin at 1:15. I would request all of you all to rejoin at 1:10 so we can start the session on time. We will now break for lunch, and thank you once again for joining in.
everyone. I'm Nikki, and I welcome you all joining us from different parts of the world. We kickstarted the conference yesterday with a very insightful pre-conference roundtable reflecting on the learnings and best practices from networks and associations in international education as India takes a step forward towards its own Indian network in international higher education. Today morning, we inaugurated the conference on interregional cooperation for effective internationalization of higher education, and we now begin with a series of tracks that will cover different facets of the regional coherence that is needed to integrate synergies through inter- and intra-regional cooperation to enhance internationalization of higher education initiatives. Before I proceed, I would quickly like to remind our audience who joined us today about two things. First is the open call for contributions for a special edition of a quarterly e-magazine, Symbiosis Express Intellect, which is based on the theme of the conference. If you are a researcher or a practitioner in international higher education, working around fostering interregional cooperation, or if you know of someone working in this area, we would like to invite you and your colleagues to contribute articles, case studies, opinion pieces for the forthcoming 5th edition. You'll find the link in the chat box, spelling out some guidelines and particulars to send in your contributions, and also the link for you to indicate your interest to contribute. We are also glad to share that the 2nd edition of our digital culinary book called The World Kitchen, which encapsulates more than 100 fusion recipes made by Indian and international students from 35 countries who participated in the Symbiosis e-academies on internationalization. These recipes are special because they're made by non-natives, where students engage in a virtual culinary exchange, helping the cultural others cook a non-native dish from the limited ingredients available in their dorms, homes, owing to lockdowns. You can request your free copy through the link in the chat box and try your hand at these simple international cuisines. Now we start with our first track of this conference, the need for advancing South-South-North dialogue in internationalization of higher education. This track is special because it sparked an interest within our community to look at examples of sharing the best practices that encompass the collaborative projects between the global South and North. The interest was piqued when our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Vidya Yerovtekar, was invited to be the first chair of Obriel Global India Chapter, initiating a dialogue on creating and fostering interregional cooperation, which was barely spoken about in this side of the world 2 years ago. Today, we'll be taking you through these impactful journeys, and I take great pleasure in welcoming our panelists and our go-to man, the chair of this track, Dr. Nicholas Petrici. Dr. Petrici is the director at Obriel Global Observatory in Spain. He holds an extensive experience in education management and international cooperation. He has worked broadly in higher education projects and regional integration initiatives in India, Oman, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. He has been in charge of the coordination of Alpha, Erasmus Mundus actions, Tempest projects, leading EU cooperation and research projects, and EU specialized actions in the field of international cooperation for more than 15 years now. Prior to Nicholas's appointment as a director at Obriel Global, he has been the director of the Observatory of Globalization at the University of Barcelona, the director of the University of Barcelona and Middle East College's Smart Knowledge Alliance based in Muscat and Oman, and has worked for University of Barcelona Secretariat, Arab European Conferences on Higher Education, offered in collaboration with European University Association and the Association of Arab Universities. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Nicholas. The platform is all yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here chairing this very interesting session. First note, apologies for not being able to use the official background. If I use official background, you will see a ghost and you will not see me, but there is something on the screen. So apologies for this. It's a real pleasure for Obriel Global to be working with Symbiosis, this extraordinary journey on supporting international education and internationalization of higher education, in particular from the perspective of interregionality. I will have a very difficult task today, which is to chair a discussion among three prominent friends and speakers, two of them member and foundation and members of this interregional vision of Obriel Global. The first one, as you have already introduced, is Dr. Vidya. I think she needs no further introduction. She has been introduced probably several times. But what can I say? Dr. Vidya has been one of our main spirits in Obriel Global and main guide to try to bring India into this interregional perspective. So it's going to be a pleasure, Dr. Vidya, to be sharing with you this session. Professor Joshua Mok Kaho is the Vice President of the Landman San, Professor of Comparative Policy at the Lingang University in Hong Kong. It's a pleasure. I apologize if I am mispronouncing your name, Mr. Mok. And Dr. Juste is an old friend of mine. He's the director of the Southern African Regional University Association. He's also chairing or co-chairing the Obriel Global chapter in Africa. So when I was preparing the session and knowing that I had to make a very short introduction, after listening to the President of Symbiosis' inspirational speech, I was trying to think, how can I frame this session about South-South-North dialogue in higher education? He said the word is one family, which I find true. But as you know, families live in different places. And when they gather for a party, they tend to fight. So family is very nice if it is not on a Christmas Eve or whatever celebration in different countries and religions. Then you have the uncle fighting with the grandmother, etc., etc., etc. So the challenge is how we make this family talk and how we make this family a family that visits each other, understanding the differences between their members. In that spirit, I was checking some numbers, which I think are quite important to underline. Because in the inaugural speech, now I don't remember who said this, but we were talking about education as a tool to enhancing people, no? And to make people better and to be closer to our citizens. So education and citizenship has a link, and we are working to make our youth better and our youth able to build a better future. So I was trying to check very quickly the number of citizens of each country in the world. And when you check this, you realize that out of the 10 first countries, 5 countries with the most citizens are from Asia, 2 are from North America. One of the 2 is hardly considered a North American country, which is Mexico. 1 is from South America, 1 is bi-regional, Europe, Asia, which is Russia, and 1 is African. So when we discuss international higher education, we need to take into account this as well. The Southern North has been sharing many approaches, many discussions, and most of the time they have been taken from the North to the South. But when you put the people around the table, so when you start counting the members of this family, it is pretty clear that the South has something to say. And it is pretty clear that the discussion from the South has also need to consider the differences between these regions. I said 5 from Asia. Asia is a very big continent. India has 122 official languages, which is something that it is not always, 22 official languages out of 121 mother tongue languages. So the level of diversity is extraordinary. And this diversity needs to be understood and needs to be somehow underlined. If you put all the Indian population together next to the, still you will have more Indian citizens than all the citizens of the US and the European Union together. So during the pandemic, what we have been trying to do was try to, having this in mind, this demographic data in mind, which is extremely important because it shows the future of the youth, the future of our world, let's say. in terms of distribution of population, we started to try to make the exercise to stop thinking in global terms. To address the globe, you need to address the part of the globe first. And you can address the part of the globe from different point of views. And we started to do that, underlining the need to do that from the south to the north, the south to the south, the east to the west, and the east to the east, which is sometimes difficult to do. So if we have a challenge in front of us, a political, a moral, and an ethical challenge, I think is to make our youth connect to each other, knowing each other more, know our own system more, know our differences more, and exploding them for the best for the best of our youth. So many years the speech has been focused on North-South cooperation, then it went to to the global cooperation. Now we are talking about global North and global South, which we also find a little bit strange. I repeat, out of the 10 countries with more citizens, 5 from Asia, 2 from North America, 1 from South America, 1 from Africa. That is nothing like the global North or the global South. What we have are different regions, different countries with different perspectives, with some commonalities located in the South and located in the North, in the West, and in the East, and we should address those differences and work towards understanding each other better. So with this framework, I have prepared 3 elements that I would like our panelists to address. The first thing that I would like to know, or I would like you to address, is the role of your institution and your country/region in facilitating international dialogue, interregional dialogue. What you have been doing either during the pandemic or now, where we are in a sort of great pandemic zone, showing again the complexity and diversity of the world. In order to achieve this, and what specific challenges your countries and regions are facing in terms of advancing South-South-North dialogue. For example, what are the challenges to advance East-East dialogue, in particular from the Indian perspective. I also would like Nico Juste to give us some framework information about Africa and about the different regions and spaces of Africa or in Africa, and how inter-Africa cooperation is always and also a challenge. With these very difficult, I guess, general questions, we would also like the panelists to try to make some reference to institutional efforts. I know Symbiosis is making this conference is an example of an institutional effort to address these challenges, to offer bridges for students to walk them, for institutions to create links, to foster non-traditional mobility, to look for funding alternatives. I would say what our institutions are doing to achieve this, as I said before, political, moral, and ethical challenge of building South-South, South-North, East-West bridges. As Dr. Mock is the only one in this table which is not an Obriel global member, and apologizing to Vidya for my lack of, not to be a gentleman of giving you the floor first as the only lady here. But let me give the floor first to Dr. Mock, and then we'll go immediately to you, Dr. Vidya, if you agree. Thank you very much. Dr. Mock, your first 5-7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for having me to join this interesting and exciting dialogue. And I think I, as a researcher in higher education, going through the unprecedented global health crisis in the last 2 years or so, has been a very humbling experience. So such humbling experience would draw me to some sort of conclusion that I think we need to have more collaboration and cooperations across different parts of the world. And simply based upon the COVID pandemic, and even world-class scientists and medical professionals, public administrators, and no single body would be able to resolve the the problem without reaching out to learn from each other, because we are living in one family. I certainly agree with Nicholas. We are living in family, but people living in different parts of the globe as a global family. So I think this humbling experience is not only for educators and researchers, but more importantly, I think world leaders should come together to humble themselves, to work together to find better solutions, not only solving about the public health related crisis, but also development issue that we are talking today about higher education. So I'm very humbled by the experience. Today, I would like to share with you about the system that I myself come from and more familiar, because the more comparative work I've conducted, I must confess, the more I do not know. And just like a student in primary level, trying to do more research to know more about development around the world. And no matter how we think about the impact of globalization, I think no one can deny we are significantly influenced by globalization. And for me, globalization is a process which allowed us to rethink about ourselves and let us know more about our major differences. And understanding we are different is important, number one. But more importantly, in what way we can make use of education to make people know they are different and we are different. But at the same time, to enable people, especially young people, to appreciate the difference and embrace diversity. So living in East Asia, I think this is interesting when you look into what happens in East Asia when we are talking about development trends. I would like to highlight a few. Number one, I think the growth is very unprecedented. The growth of educational infrastructure is supported by expanding economic capacities in East Asia, in particular like Singapore, the SIU, Special Administrative Region of China, like Hong Kong and Macau, and Taiwan, China, South Korea now have per capita incomes at Western European levels. And one of the major giant economy in East Asia, China's per capita income exceeds the world average, and the average income and tertiary participation are lower in Vietnam and Mongolia. So the regional review shows about tertiary participation of school leaver age cohort, as indicated by UNESCO gross enrollment ratio, have reached almost universal levels in some of the selected countries or regions in East Asia, like South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan. And in China, in the last few decades, it has reached from 4%, 3-4 decades before, up to 58%, though much higher in the eastern regions. And in 1990s, East Asia and the Pacific was well below the world average, 14%, but in 2020, EAP 51% was well above the world average of 40%. So this kind of growth of higher education is really welcoming, because massification of higher education is carried by both public and private sectors. And in particular, I think a lot of families and individuals, they have contributed to higher education development by enrolling their kids into higher education. And not only about the quantitative growth, but in terms of quality, some of the measures, international measures like the PISA, the school performance at 15 years in math, science, and reading, has indicated East Asia, particularly in Singapore, Shanghai, and Hong Kong, they are leading the world in PISA. And this kind of growth triggers quality, employability, and equity issue in the region. For example, I think the China and also East Asia and Singapore together produce more people, not only in number. But the second trend I want to highlight is about quality in science and STEM subjects. And China, East Asia, and Singapore together produce more global science papers than Europe, and are on track to exceed North America and Europe combined. So it explains why when President Obama was in his office, he also warned about the US should invest more in education and pointing out about the potential impact of the rise of China in science. And the total R&D spending in East, Southeast, and South Asia is almost half the world total. Say, for example, in 2020, China published over 69,000 papers, Japan about 100,000, South Korea 79,000, Taiwan 28,000. I won't go into all detail, but the number shows you the rapid growth is driven by not only in private investment, but the state investment. Mongolia has no indigenous science system as yet, but science proper output in Vietnam has also started to grow very rapidly. So this regional survey can indicate about the rise of science and STEM-related subject. And in 2018, China had over 380,000 doctoral students, Japan 80,000, South Korea more than 74,000. And across the region, there's a notable trend focusing on more physical sciences like STEM, and these disciplines that lead university in China and Singapore excel. Just Sai Tsinghua University is now the world leader in the production of high citation science, mathematics, and computing, and in total STEM fields, including engineering, ahead of MIT. But I want to make a point here, based upon the data about the rise of science, and also international collaboration, international publication has also indicated much stronger regional collaboration among ASEAN universities and the Big Three. The Big Three, we are talking about Korea, Japan, and China. So my recent research sponsored by British Council examining about UK university in partnership of ASEAN and the Big Three definitely shows about, in terms of publication, in terms of research collaboration, in terms of the mobile of students in the region is on the rise. So I think regionalization of higher education is in the making, especially in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, when many Asian students, particularly Chinese students, could not go for afar in the traditional Western democracy or economies. And given the condition about the new geopolitics, which has significantly or even adversely affecting relationship across nations, higher education collaboration is also cannot immune from being impacted by this kind of international relations. So because today we are talking about the importance about inter-regional collaboration and cooperation, I think I just draw the audience attention to the two trends I just outlined above. And before the crisis took place, we've already seen more collaboration among ASEAN and also the Big Three. And I would like to call upon more collaboration and more collaboration in the region, because I think Asian scholars are allowed, they are competent enough with the increase of more qualified PhD among all these selected East Asian countries. But at the same time, we have to look about the issue when we are talking about, when we celebrate about the success of expansion, the rise of science in Asia, but we have to look at that there's also intensifying problem in terms of education equality. Because not every individual or family or not all countries in the region would have the same level of state support together with private or non-government funding support to enable their young people to go on further studying in higher education, doing serious international research. So I would like to thank the organizer by organizing this very important symposium for us to rethink about in what way we can go beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. And we want to echo the importance about collaboration and cooperations, because through cooperation and collaboration, we truly understand people, we are different, but in what way we can embrace diversity, and in what way we can put all our wisdom, our brains together for resolving problem and issue being identified. They are becoming hugely and increasingly complex, confronted world leaders in education. So Chair, thank you. I just want to make a remark here. I will welcome further conversation and dialogue with our colleagues, the speaker, and also the audience. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mock, for this wonderful first intervention and for underlining the trends in Eastern Asia, which I guess are similar than trends in different parts of the world where the population is growing. Challenges of quality and quantity, to put it in this way, are important to address and to open the opportunity and the invitation to look for further cooperation east or in Asia. I would add the importance to also look at cooperation between Africa, Asia, South America, Asia, to create a bloc from where similar challenges can find different solutions, but the common spirit. And from there, build up a much more, let's say, strong interregional or international dialogue, respecting and embracing the diversity, as you were saying, as a core value. In this sense, I know it was presented in this conference. India has approved in 2020 a new NEP pushing internationalization or putting internationalization on the table, pushing Indian universities to internationalize and to start looking at international partners from the West, from the South, and from the East. And in this sense, I know Dr. Vidya has been a strong advocate of East-East cooperation and to place India as also a major actor in Asia and as also a major actor in the dialogue with Asia. And why not as a bridge between East Asia and the more, let's say, Western South, if I can put it in this way. Dr. Vidya, your 7 minutes of your first intervention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicholas. And I think it's a very important topic that we've brought in today for the discussions on how do you advance South-South-North dialogues. And I would give the whole credit to Obriel and Nicholas on this very public platform. I must thank you and Professor Raman for actually opening my mind towards a concept called South-South-North dialogue. You know, we in India or otherwise in Asia would always look at unidirectional collaborations. And most of the times, if you look at, the 1,000 universities in India and probably just about 20% of them really ahead in internationalization, you will see that most of the Indian universities have collaborations with the North or with the European universities or with UK or US. And even if you look at the history of collaborations, it's always been unidirectional from the South to the North. And probably it could be that developing countries want to see what developed countries' universities are doing, how they are functioning, and what is it that they can imbibe or they can learn from the best practices of the northern universities or the global North. But since the time I've been interacting with Obriel and chairing the Obriel Global India chapter, as I say, my mind really opened to even having a South-South dialogue. I think distances really kept us away. When we spoke about Africa, whether it was South Africa, and when we started interacting with Dr. Nico, or whether we started interacting with South America, Latin America through FAUBI, we realized that there are friends back there who we can actually talk probably more comfortably than with friends in the North. And that's exactly when we decided that can we look at creating a corridor between India, Africa, South America. And imagine this corridor being so long and so robust of excellent institutions that we have, excellent best practices that we carry, that we can not just handhold ourselves, but also, provide some best practices of this part of the world to our global North partners. And that's when really even the confidence level rose. Nico, many a times people in developing countries, when I say people, it means people who represent institutions and universities in developing countries are kind of intimidated with the global North, are kind of intimidated with universities from the West or from the global North. And that's when it's always a relationship of a recipient and a donor, then really partners. And I think Obriel has really opened these doors to even opening the minds of people to say that here you come together as partners and not really recipient and donors. And I think this is an important finding or feeling that at least personally I have got, and I'm sure many of my Indian partners who are in these dialogues have got, where we can actually talk one-on-one to people from either the global South or the global North as if we are partners. Till now, it was always unidirectional. Even if you look at the mobility of Indian students, and I'd like to quote some figures, if you look at the figures in January 2021, more than 1 million Indian students studied outside, and more than 50% of these Indian students studied in North America. About 200,000 students studied in Canada, and maybe more than 36,000 students studied in UK. And this is a data that I've just picked up. Maybe 25,000 students in Germany. And now, of course, the number of students in Australia, Indian students in Australia, are rising to 92,000 students in Australia and about 30,000 students in New Zealand. But how many of our Indian students are really seen in Africa or in countries of South America? Is it because the institutions there are not so great? Is it that the institutions there are probably equal to us? And is it always that institutions and universities up there in the north or the global north are better than those in India? I think it's just a change of mindset. So it is these kind of platforms that really help in bringing the north-south-south collaborations. And fortunately, I would say that this pandemic, because of the virtual presence of all of us, have brought us much closer than what we would have come closer if it was physical conferences like these. I'll just give you an example of my dialogues with Nico, and I'm sure Nico Joost from South Africa will also make a mention of this. And we were discussing on this whole concept of diversity and what really internationalization is for. And Dr. Muzumdar very eloquently established this whole concept of internationalization leading to globalization of minds. And this is exactly what Nico and I thought. And therefore, I felt at that point in time that if two thinkers or two academicians across South, are thinking about the same, concept, can we really come together and work? And that's when we decided that let us come together and look at what do African students really think when they, look at mobility, and what do Indian students really think when they look at mobility. Is it that when we have foreign students in India, it benefits those foreign students? Or is it that it benefits our own Indian students as well? So no matter from which countries or from which, whether they're from the global south or the global north, that really shouldn't matter. What should matter is the diversity that you bring into the Indian classrooms, so that it just doesn't benefit the students who come from abroad, but really it benefits our own Indian students, or I would say any host country Indian students. So it is this whole concept of diversity and inclusiveness that should be really brought in dialogues of internationalization, then really looking at what is it that one can get from the other. When we speak about partnerships, it also has to be symbiotic partnerships or a win-win to both. And that's when you look at this whole corridor of South-South, and of course getting also the North in this whole dialogue, when we will speak about how it is beneficial, how it is symbiotic to each one of us, then really, just becoming the winner and the other becoming a recipient of what the other one is really giving you. Same as with research. I mean, when we really look at the problems that we have in our country, they could be the same problems in Africa. And I'm sure there could be problems that are hunted by some of the European academicians to find solutions to. So with these kind of dialogues, you also bring in faculty members, closer to each other to just discuss these problems that are so rampant in our countries, and whether the developed countries, can really help us to find solutions. And that's when really joint research starts developing. So it is so much that, is a win-win for all of us, not just students, but even academia, when we bring in, the South, North universities or institutions together. The third is, of course, networks and the immense work that networks can do. I just mentioned how global, Obriel Global has opened my mind, and I'm sure minds of several others who are members of the Obriel Global. But similarly, other networks like the Indian network that is being conceptualized and now implemented, the Indian Network for International Higher Education, or the ANI, or the FAUBI. There are so many such networks that actually can bring in such dialogues. And in these networks, honestly, it doesn't really matter from which area you belong to or from which continent you belong to. It's about like-minded people coming together, discussing issues, and finding solutions too. Now, coming back to our university, what have we done? The whole foundation of this university has been, believing that the world is one family. So we don't even believe on advancement of dialogues between South, South, and North. We believe in the whole global concept of believing that the world is one family. But as an institution, we concentrated not really on students who came from the West or Europe or America or UK, but concentrated on students who came from the Afro-Asian continents. And why? Because we felt that as much as our students require quality education, students from these parts of the world also require quality education. And probably in our country, we can not just provide quality education, but we could provide quality education at an affordable cost. And that's when, foreign students from Afro-Asian countries started coming into our university, coming into our city, and actually coming into our country. And that's when, once that started happening, we also started looking at whether the students from the north are also interested in coming to India. And surprisingly, there was a huge interest of students from Europe, UK, and US in India, because they wanted to come and see probably how Indian businesses work, how Indian mythological concepts work, about yoga and meditation, and several other things that they were interested in. And when we started then getting in the students from the north, I think we provided a platform for dialogue between South, and North, right on the university campuses. And I'm sure these kind of experiments in other parts of the world will also help in these dialogues between North, South, advancement of higher education. So I'll stop here, Nicholas. I can go on and on with experiences that I've had at a personal level and at an institutional level, but I'll wait for others to speak and then maybe have some questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vidya, and thank you for your mention to your experience at Obriel Global. Let me tell you that Obriel Global is a collective construction, it's an association of it's an association of different institutions. So it is not that it is I'm glad that we inspire you, but you have inspired us. So the inspiration has been mutual. We probably wouldn't be able to build any narrative without the support of you and all of the other members. But you were mentioning there, I guess, and I'm sure certain points that are important in the need to foster the South-South dialogue and the importance of building bridges. That it is a humble, it seems to be a humble objective, but actually very relevant and very important. And then I was trying to think how to materialize this and what are the challenges there. And I came up with three discussions that we are probably addressing in this conference and we will need to address in the future. The first one is multilingualism, how to speak the language of the citizens. I was reading today, India never stops to fascinate me. 22 official languages, 121 mother tongue languages. So what is the language that we need to speak, or don't we have the obligation to speak our citizens in their language? That because you and me and Nico and Dr. Monk and all of us, we can gather in a hotel in New York speaking English and discussing, or in Bangalore or whatever. But there is territoriality there as well, and there is a responsibility towards to embrace diversity. Second one is, you were mentioning research, open science versus open access, or the combination between open access and open science. How to start thinking science as a collective open exercise. And there are a lot of lessons from the pandemic, the discussion about patents and intellectual property, something that probably South-South cooperation is to put on the table, or we put on the table. Zoom and the discussion of open access as well. Access to what, where the information, in which language this information is done. And the third one is mobility and internationalization that you were mentioning very well. When you see the number of population in India and China, Japan, Nigeria, Indonesia, etc., and the flows of mobility, something is not, at least from an objective point of view, something is wrong there. And we need to work certainly in a cultural change, in building up a new language. In this new language, Africa now is playing a central role because it had become a sort of a point of attraction. Everybody is looking at Africa. Everybody is looking at Africa for many different reasons and in many different ways. And if there is a country or a region in Africa that represents the complexity and diversity of African history and African the situation is the south of Africa. There are at least, let me count, I don't want to make any mistake, but at least 4 or 5 principal languages from Afrikaans to Zulu is spoken in Southern Africa, going through French, English, German, etc. So Nico, if you can give us now the opportunity to learn in 7 minutes the positions and experiences of Africa in general and Southern African and South Africa in particular, that would be great. And then we will probably have the time to have 1 or 2 questions from the audience to enrich the discussion. Nico, thanking Dr. Vidya once again. Nico, your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vidya, for inviting me again to be on this panel. And I nearly joined late because I wanted to make sure that my background was the right one, and I couldn't get it working. So that was why I nearly was late. But it's a pleasure for me to be here and to not waste the time. The whole notion of South-South collaboration has been on my mind for many years, where I was practicing internationalization, and I think we must never forget the theoretical background from where South-South collaboration actually originated. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, and the audience and everybody who's interested could go and find some of the theories of that. There's an institute in India that actually have done a lot of work on South-South collaboration, and I've actually been using a lot of their work. But you know, South-South collaboration, the foundations of that was in 1955 with the Bandung Conference, and the Bandung Conference was a conference of heads of state of newly independent states, which included India, Egypt, and a number of the major states that gained independence after the Second World War. And that gave South-South collaboration a foundation, and from that it grew into different ways that it found itself globally. And I think if we step back and just look at where we are today, over time, a number of formal networks at national levels was created, the South-South one, and there are a number of them. Those that are relating to South Africa and Southern Africa. The 2 that I want to highlight is the first one, which Vidya, I think we actually saw there was an opportunity which we all missed, and that was the so-called IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa. It was a very active network. Universities started to collaborate, and it became and it created the space for collaboration. Of course, then BRICS arrived, which superseded IPSA, and I don't think BRICS is that active at the moment for different reasons. But out of all of this, we've actually created formal structures at governmental level. Universities followed the national governments, or was asked to follow the national government's policies, and worked in the South-South domain. Whether that is whether that is the recipe for success, I'm not so sure. I think universities have always been more successful in finding their own partners, and building that relationship. And I will conclude, Nico, by stating how I think we should take this forward. But if we then bring this closer to South Africa, given the background of South Africa, at Bandung, 1955, South Africa was actually the one that was pointed at and said one of the principles of Bandung was in South-South collaboration, there should be a whole host of values, and one of them was not to see racial discrimination, which in 1955 apartheid was actually then just getting roots in South Africa. If we come to where we are now, and I want to jump right forward to 2014. I was fortunate over my time in international education to be in the spaces where NAFSA and that means where the North dominates international discourse, NAFSA, the EIE, and so forth. And some of my friends from the South, and there I want to specifically say for my, we started to ask the question, how do we increase South collaboration, but how do we also, instead of just talking about collaboration, how do we position ourselves that the South begin to set the agenda jointly with the North? And I think when we talk about South-South-North collaboration, that is an important point of departure. We from the South should be seen as equals in setting the agenda. What happened was in 2014, we challenged the world to the global dialogue, which happened in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. And I always, when I explain the dialogue, all the organizations that represented 82% of all international students in the world, that means about 4 million, participated in the dialogue. There were 34 organizations, which led to the Nelson Mandela Bay Declaration. It is still available. It's on the websites and so forth. That declaration, Nico and colleagues, clearly stated how we should collaborate with each other. And one of those elements was and that's a value-based element, which I pushed for, was the one that I am because of you. The Ubuntu element or value, which says that I will only, when I participate and when I join, when I sign an agreement, I do it not for myself, but for the other. And I think if we move into this very difficult global situation where we are right now, if we move away from the self to the other, I think collaboration will look totally differently. Now, just for the last 2 minutes about collaboration in Africa and Southern Africa. Of course, Africa is a continent, and the collaboration is largely regional. So Africa is defined in the Southern African region, the bloc which is called SADC, the East African bloc. There's a formal organization in East Africa, which it's now 6 or 7 countries that are part of that. SADC is 16 countries. Then you have the West African bloc and North Africa. Now, North Africa normally associates itself with the Middle East. West Africa is a bit of a diverse space. And therefore, there's another group that normally gets added when collaboration is defined, and that's the French African, which is more. It's not only Central Africa, but it's all the French African francophone countries. So if you look at at Africa as such, it's a complex environment, and if you want to see South-South collaboration working in Africa, then it starts at regional level. And just to illustrate that, Southern Africa, if you look at student mobility, South Africa is probably the country with the most, currently with the most international students, although it's declining. The majority of the students comes from Southern Africa, and then also from East and West Africa. So of the about 60,000 international students in South Africa, 80% are from Africa. The other 20% are a little bit from the east, virtually none from South America, and then from Europe and America, the rest. So if we talk about collaboration, South-South, what did South Africa do to promote that? We have just published in 2020 our new internationalization policy. I was fortunate to be involved in writing the policy. In the policy, we clearly, which is a guideline to universities, part of the policy which defines partnerships, the government advised the universities to firstly look at Southern Africa, BRICS, developing world, and then the North. So the government has already said that if we put funding together or make funding available for partnerships, this is the priority list of countries or regions where we must go. Now, I'm not saying that must happen all over, but I do think that if we want to see South-South collaboration, what Vidya said is absolutely true. The default is always the North. Why is it? There's funding coming from the North. And funding, you know that there's not a lot of funding for partnerships from our own countries, and therefore where the funding comes from, that's where the partnerships are. And it's not normally where the heart goes, but it is where the funding is. So in conclusion, Nico, it is absolutely necessary that we start these, or that we have these debates amongst ourselves, South-South, but that we also bring the North in. And you know that, and I'm not going to repeat what Vidya said about Obriel as the platform from where we operate, but it's for us already a South-South-North engagement sitting with Obriel. And I think it's a very good example on how South-South-North collaboration can actually enhance South-South collaboration, because you the platform, you become the space where we meet, but we can also talk to each other bilaterally, and the triangle and bilateral conversations, to me, is what we should take forward. The 7 minutes is up, I know. So thank you for the time, and we will hopefully we have questions and we can engage further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nico, for this first round of comments. Thank you so much once again for the mention to Obriel Global, which it's a self-mention, because you are Obriel Global, not Obriel Global. Once again, only exists because of its members. So it only exists because all of you, and we are very, very happy to facilitate this debate. But you were mentioning some point that I had in my notes before going to some of the questions that the participants posted, which is the question of funding. I just want to give some very rough figure that Professor Mock, I apologize, I know I cannot compare this, but it's just to give an idea. I apologize because Professor Mock didn't mention he's an expert in comparative educational policy. I just been checking now the budget of Erasmus Plus program for the period 2021-2027. It is 26 billion euros. So more or less 10 billion euros per year, something. I'm sorry, 0.5 billion euros per year. I checked the budget of the Argentine Minister of Education. It is 80 million euros. That explains quite a lot. I know you cannot compare the European Union with one country, but Argentina is one of the countries in the G20. So I don't know. My point is, if I add up the budgets of it, and it is the 6% of the Argentine GDP. So that explains quite a lot. And that explains quite a lot the difficulties and the domination in the agenda. My feeling is that, Nico, it is not only about being part of a global agenda, it's how we're our own agenda. During the last years, we have been discovering that there is no such a South-South agenda. very easy. Like last year in December, we organized with Symbiosis and Powai a series of discussions on internet. It was the first time that this happened. So pandemic, if we have to take the good sense out of the disaster that the world suffered during the last 2 or 3 years, was that they gave the opportunities to establish these dialogues, these exchanges in, let's say, low-cost manner. So we discovered virtual mobility as a tool. We discovered that internationalizing existing curricula can be done online. We discovered many things. So I think it is time not only to build up a global agenda where the South has a voice, but have a South-South agenda, as Dr. Mock was saying. And maybe the first that doesn't exist. It's very difficult to find a common South-South agenda for many, many reasons. Geopolitics now are making this even more complicated for countries, even more difficult. People are thinking how the world will be divided, but I think universities have a responsibility. And in this sense, one of the questions that our audience has made has to do with the institutional efforts to pursue alternative partnership, let's say. And what the institutions that are represented in this panel are actually doing, very humbly from their own, but that might represent a change in the institutional policies, a first step that it is needed. So the first, I will repeat the round. Dr. Mock, your time to give us some reflection about the discussion, the different presentations, but mainly what is your institution doing to pursue an alternative partnership, let's say, that can break or can offer an alternative path for international cooperation?
And thank you very much for asking. I think I see a few chat questions and comments. It's really useful. So talking about North-South collaboration, I think Hong Kong and also my country, China, have long been thinking about in what way we can promote more collaboration across different parts of the world, particularly offering some sort of financial incentive, like setting up scholarships for recruiting and attracting students from the South. And Hong Kong in the last 10 years has been promoting about the Hong Kong PhD fellowship scheme, which is hugely competitive, open for students all around the world. And not surprisingly, a lot of high quality applicants coming from the southern part of the world, including Africa and also Latin America, be attracted to join Hong Kong universities for doing their PhD programs. And the university system in Hong Kong, we have 8 public universities. We are tiny because we're only about 7.5 million citizens. But given this big 8, we've been using the resources from the government and non-government sources funding by creating more learning opportunity for attracting students from overseas to come to Hong Kong, and especially from the southern part of the world. But at the same time, we also send out students, from the north to reach out to other countries in the south and also the north. But if you are talking about the student choices, we see more and more students. I can say about my university, we have over 250 partners around the world across 40, 50 regions and countries. And students would have the choice to go on the exchange program or learning experience elsewhere for reaching out to know the world. But why we have to do that? Because we have to find resources for supporting the student to know about the world. Number one, I agree with you. When you open the session today, internationalization is also about global citizenship. And Hong Kong being a global city, I think we have to ask ourselves quite carefully in what way the education system itself would prepare our students becoming caring leader with global vision. So sending out students, recruiting students from overseas, and give them the kind of interactions. That sort of interactions and exchange would enable the locals to know more about the world, and through experiential learning elsewhere would be very helpful for making them more caring about the world. But I don't want to go on, but I just wonder, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, even though many faculty members at the beginning we were not prepared for online learning, but now we are more used to use of the technology in informing teaching and learning. So in response to Nicholas, your question, internationalization should not be only talking about the before the COVID, and in what way we can creatively make use of the online platform or modern technology in building internationalization at home, or using the virtual environment for promoting exchange and facilitating conversation and dialogue across different parts of universities. So I think we are very keen to reach out to university institutions, because we can hopefully do away from the impact of ideology or geopolitical influence. Because working with institutions or the leader from institutions across the world with the like mind, we can create the opportunity by using the modern technology for facilitating conversation. This sort of conversation is extremely important, because we want to make sure our students, they are open-minded, they appreciate about the differences, but at the same time they embrace diversity. And let us work together, because I think we are mindful about the digital divide, but for resources, right? For those systems that are rich enough in resources, could offer support to the less fortunate systems with the modern technology, like online courses, online recorded webinars, teaching material, online recorded lecture or seminar. I think it's all doable, but we have to look for institutions across regions to work together for co-producing the environment which is conducive cooperation and collaboration. I think the new technologies could give us a lot of opportunity, but I don't want to overstate, because we are mindful about the digital divide. When we are trying to say about digitization of higher learning today, and at the same time, we also be mindful about some of the less developed economies may not be able to have the same level of support. So in what way the fortunate ones would reach out to the South, or less fortunate one working together in supporting the UN SDG quality education, inclusive education. I think Hong Kong and my country, China, would be more than happy to reach out, because we are so, as I mentioned in my opening remark, it's truly humbling experience. We have to learn from each other. I echo to Rita, as I said, we have to identify good practices, not necessarily in the developed world. A lot of indigenous practices and knowledge coming from global South, and we have law and haven't given sufficient attention to. And let's work together. And for my university, we are more than happy to engage in conversation and find appropriate method for facilitating conversation and dialogue. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much. I like very much your point about indigenous knowledge. We do need to believe in ourselves first, and in our capacities and knowledge and different sources of knowledge. Dr. Vidya, your 2 minutes to react about institutional challenges on how Symbiosis is doing this already by hosting this wonderful conference, but probably we are doing more things. So let us know in 2-3 minutes, what are you doing? What are your thoughts?
Yes, Nicholas. So I'll just be very short and crisp. So actually, it's at 3 levels that we really work. So one is at an institutional level. The other is at, of course, the level of the students. And the third one at the level of the faculty. So at an institutional level, we obviously started off in 50 years ago, mainly for Afro-Asian students. So the whole agenda at that point in time was also inclusiveness, diversity, and focus on the Afro-Asian students. But very categorically, we've started 2 centers. One, which is the Symbiosis Center for European Studies, because there was a focus and a large number of collaborations that we had with European universities. We had a lot of dialogue with networks like that. We were a part of the Erasmus. So we thought with this, we should kind of encourage this further. And then through the Center for European Studies that Nidhi heads, we've also started certain courses. We involved European students in e-academies. internships. Right now, even through the pandemic, they were very, very deeply engaged, and otherwise they are physically on the campus. So our dialogue with North, is institutionalized through the Symbiosis Center for European Studies. Likewise, tomorrow we're launching the Symbiosis India-Australia Studies Center. Again, a focus where, we are in conversations, in dialogues, in partnerships with Australian universities. Can we move this further? Can we encourage more dialogues, more or deeper dialogues and conversations, dual programs, doing joint research and so on, again bringing one of our southern partners closer to us. So these are, as I said, very institutionalized things that we've done. The third is we run a school for international relations. So we have a general international relations program, but this year we started a focused MA Masters in African Studies, again to find out, because we found out through our own research that there is a lot of work that is required to be done in Indian, diplomatic circles on Africa, and to produce capacity or build capacity in this area of African studies, because again, the Indian government is now looking at Africa very closely. So I won't go into those geopolitical, issues and relations. But these are things that we've done at an institutional level. At the level of students, we have a global immersion program where we provide scholarships for students to go abroad and study. We will consciously now also look at whether this global immersion program can be focused on our South-South partners. Maybe would students want to go to South America, Latin America, to South Africa? So that is what we will probably now look at. But another program for students is Engage Africa, where we provide scholarships specifically for African students and students from the neighborhood of India, so the neighboring countries around India. And this is again a very focused scholarship program that is provided so that we get students from these countries as well, because we believe that when these students pass out, they become unofficial ambassadors of goodwill, not just for our university, but for our country as such. And then at the level of the faculty, we have faculty exchange programs through our collaborative partners, but we would like to certainly engage our faculty to faculty interactions more in the South-South-North dialogues, because that is something that we haven't done. And as you said, what is the challenge? I think this is our biggest challenge. A challenge is this, because when you look at faculty mobility, it requires a lot of funding, because it's not just teaching, but generally this mobility also involves a lot of research work. So I'll stop here and then.
Thank you very much, Vidya. Indeed, while you were talking, I was thinking in one particular element that I was born and I studied my undergraduate in Argentina. Then I moved to Europe, so I am half and half. No? And I remember that where the best library of Latin America is in the world, in the Ibero-American Institute in Berlin. So many Argentines are going to Berlin to study themselves, which is quite ridiculous. It's a good thing for Berlin, but when you think it objectively, people are leaving the region. Do you know where the complete collection of all the Argentine newspaper is? In Harvard Library. Again, we need to change our mind setting. We need to change our institutional capacities. We need to believe probably more in ourselves and offering our faculty, our researchers, the possibility to come to our countries and to learn our knowledge and to share it. Because at the end of the day, it is important. The North has been doing this for centuries. And we are missing the opportunity to build up an agenda using digitalization, fostering flexibilization of learning. Dr. Yuste, I know you are not representing here an university, so it might be difficult for you to explain what an institution is doing, but maybe in 2 minutes, you can give us a little picture of what SADC is doing in order to help universities to collect data to decide on international institutional policy. As in SADC, there is a very interesting project going on data collection for policy analysis that Dr. Yuste is leading. So Nico, if in 2-3 minutes you can give us an idea what is going on in Southern Africa to foster this approach objectively with data, that would be great.
Good. Thank you, Nico. Before I do that, for 20 years, I did run a university's internationalization, and I just want to share for a minute what I did. For the last 3 years, I've retired from that position, and I'm doing other work. But what there were some comments made, and in the chat there was questions asked. When I was asked to start the internationalization of the then University of Port Elizabeth, that later on became the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, one of the big issues was it was seen to be one of the little universities in South Africa and not that well known. And how do you internationalize a space that is not well known? And I saw that on the question in the chat box. What we did was we had to take policy, made clear policy on how to do it, and then made it a comprehensively part of the university's activities at all levels, firstly. Secondly, what we did was, and that came to how did we promote it? We annually set aside a part of our budget for internationalization, for engagement with the South. And therefore, I had separate budget to send staff to universities in Africa. We've sent staff to universities in India, Vidya, not your university, but we did, and to universities in Brazil. And then thirdly, what we also did was we enhanced the research capacity through the separate budget, South-South, to look at, and what Professor Mock was talking about, the collaborative research and the publications, joint publications of staff in South-South, but with a specific goal, and that was to look at indigenous knowledge and how indigenous knowledge could enhance global thinking of whether it was diabetes or whatever the case may be. So that's just in short. I believe a university needs to have clear policy, look at it comprehensively, and then put money to it. Unfortunately, many universities don't put their own money into internationalization. They only wait for other money to come in. I believe if you really want to be seen to be an internationalized university, you need to put some of your own money into the space. Just from the data point of view, Nico, it's a very exciting project, colleagues. One of the big issues, of course, is if you don't know what the higher education sector in a region or in a space look like, you wouldn't be able to address the Sustainable Development Goals. You wouldn't know how to address the economic development, regional economic development, or even continental economic development. Now, unfortunately, at this moment, if you ask anybody in the world how many students are studying in Africa, there is not a clear answer and a specific answer. The closest would be UNESCO data, which is very outdated and not reliable. So we in SADC started the project, the SADC ministers meeting started the project to do a mapping of higher education in SADC. Simultaneously, Obriel had a project which is called HAQUA, HAQUA 1, HAQUA 2, and then they discovered through that there isn't data, and they through that the policy development unit for data was created. So what we are currently doing is we are developing we are in the project development stage to collect in a very specific manner data on higher education in Southern Africa, but also in Africa. The data, but there's a whole host of policies that needs to play in this space. Of course, the policies are on current, what are the data policies at national level? And now SADC alone, there's 16 countries. So if you want to have a single data collection project, you need to engage with the 16 different national governments on that. So we at the moment busy with that. Hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have a very clear, I had a meeting yesterday with one of Obriel, my colleagues at Obriel, with Elizabeth, on where we are on this in this project. And it's what was exciting for me the last 3 weeks. We were starting to getting data from different countries, and all of a sudden, you could see now what's the complexity of receiving data from. In the Southern African case, from Mauritius, from Namibia, from Botswana, and South Africa. If you put it all in one pot, what do? We need to find we need to develop translation mechanisms to translate the data into understandable method and so forth. So now, what's the good of this for internationalization? I can just say to you, colleagues, the intra-Africa mobility, we don't even know. Now, when Professor Mock was talking about Asia, I think it would be very interesting to see what's the intra-Asian mobility at the moment, and how does that shape the thinking and the higher education outcomes, etc. So for us, it's important to have the data and then start producing the research thereafter.
So
thank you, Nico.
Thank you. I know there are many questions in the chat box, many questions in the Q&A box, many questions that will not remain unanswered because the panelists will probably have the chance to answer you in writing. Just to wrap up, 2 things looking at the future: importance of setting up an agenda that considers all the elements from a perspective of the South and from a perspective of the East, let me put it in this way, to engage a broader international dialogue. Understanding the importance of indigenous knowledge seems to be critical. Designing policies based on reliable data. This is something that sometimes, as I was mentioning the issue of the Ibero-American Library of the Ibero-American Institute of Berlin, sometimes the data is not in our hands to understand our own situation. We do need to have an agenda. This is probably the first step. Dr. Vidya and the Indian Global Chapter in Symbiosis University, together with the Indian University Association, are leading the efforts in India. And we hope to continue in this journey with all of you. Thanking you all once again. We could discuss this forever. Let me finalize with one note and one invitation. As you know, the World Higher Education Conference organized by UNESCO is taking place in Barcelona, where we are based. I am at the moment in Barcelona. So I know some of you will be probably be in Barcelona the week of the conference. Please do not hesitate to reach out and we can have a coffee conversation. We will probably offer some spaces to continue this conversation in Barcelona that, let me say, has been traditionally a city that have welcomed or a point of encounter between the East and the West. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. See you in Barcelona.
We have time. Thank you so much.
Dr. Vidya, Dr. Jules, and Professor Joshua, for taking us through your journeys and creating that ecosystem with space on indigenous knowledge, belief in self, advancing South-South-North dialogues and higher education. Now we'll take a 10 minutes break and resume the next track on advancing interregional cooperation in IHE from an East-East and ASEAN perspective, 2:45 p.m. IST. See you shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas, for a wonderful job done.
I hope our panelists are all here. I can see Dr. Gupte, Mr. Darren, Dr. Jamil, and Dr. Chao. Welcome. So it is 2:45, and ma'am, should I begin the session?
Yes, Dr. Madhuri.
Respected dignitaries, speakers, and participants, a very good afternoon. We have had a wonderful start to the 6th SIU AIU International Conference on Internationalization of Higher Education. The day began with the inaugural session, which was followed by Track 1. Track 1 highlighted the need for advancing South-South-North dialogues in IHE. I take this opportunity to welcome you to Track 2 of the conference. The theme of Track 2 is Advancing Interregional Cooperation in IHE and East-East and ASEAN Perspective. We look forward to a very interesting and thought-provoking discussion given the potential of the region. Let me begin by introducing the chair of the track. Dr. Rajni Gupte is Vice Chancellor of Symbiosis International Deemed University, an academic with over 40 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration. She has extensive experience as an institution builder. She has received several accolades for her contribution to education. She has been appointed as a member of the Western Zonal Committee for Implementation of the National Education Policy 2020 by UGC and is also a part of Niti Aayog's think tank of eminent economists. Welcome to the session, ma'am. Our speakers today are eminent experts in the area of internationalization of higher education. I have the pleasure of introducing each one of them to all of you. Dr. Jamil Salmi is a global tertiary education expert providing policy advice to governments, universities, professional associations, multilateral development banks, and bilateral cooperation agencies. In the past 25 years, Dr. Salmi has provided advice on tertiary education development and strategic planning to governments and university leaders in more than 100 countries all over the world. Welcome to the conference, Dr. Salmi. I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Roger Chow, our next speaker. Dr. Roger Chow is currently Assistant Director, Head of Education, Youth and Sports of the ASEAN Secretariat. Since 2013, he has been engaged in the international education development sector in various capacities and in various organizations, including UNESCO, UNICEF, the European Commission, DAAD, and the British Council. Our next speaker is Mr. Darren McDermott. Mr. Darren has lived and worked in Asia for much of the last 20 years, predominantly within the higher education and international development sectors. Mr. Darren has worked on numerous EU Commission-funded education development and capacity building programs with ASEAN member states' ministries of education and their higher education institutes. Mr. Darren is currently team leader of European Union support to higher education in the ASEAN region, SHARE program. Welcome, Mr. Dermot. With this introduction, I'm sure you know that you have a lot of food for thought which will come your way during the session. I hand the session over to the chair, Dr. Gupte, and request ma'am to take it forward.
Thank you, Madhuri. Thank you so much. Greetings to all the speakers and the participants of this session. a very warm welcome to the speakers in this session. It's indeed a pleasure to have the opportunity to listen to and interact with so many experts from across the globe. And that's the reason why all of us at Symbiosis look forward to this annual conference. So to get started with this session, all of us are aware that traditionally, internationalization of higher education was almost synonymous with student mobility, with students from the South traveling to seek education in universities of the North. The WTO in the GATS document referred to this as Mode 2, which is consumption of services abroad. However, in the last few decades or so, several changes are visible in the export of education services. Let me list them. One, many countries in the South have also strategically created their own national higher education policies, which leverage their own strengths. For instance, Singapore leveraged its location advantage to become an education hub. Or China, which is most well known for the large number of students studying overseas, but what is not often known or noticed is that even as early as 2005, China had 150,000 international students at their various universities. And by 2018, there were around 500,000 international students from 196 countries enrolled in China. And over 2,000 programs were available in English language. The largest number of international students in China are from South Korea, Japan, United States, Vietnam, and Indonesia. So whether it is Malaysia, Indonesia, or Australia, each nation has attracted international students, but has also realized the importance of collaboration. Initially, they were often twining or articulation agreements where institutions with mutual interests were looked after. The point that is relevant is that the flow of students is now no longer only from the South to the North. The second point, the other modes of export, I spoke initially about consumption abroad, that is students going overseas to study, but the other modes of export of education services through cross-border consumption using technology or setting up commercial presence overseas, which were earlier not very common, are also gaining prominence. Also, the movement of faculty to deliver education services abroad has become easier with collaborative networks being created. But again, these were mostly between institutions in the South and the North. The last trend that I will refer to is interregional collaboration, which originated in the EU and has slowly been gathering strength across the globe. And regions that are geographically or culturally close to each other are looking at collaborations. In fact, in the pre-conference roundtable yesterday, we spoke about the role of networks and collaboration and heard the experiences from across the globe. And today, in the first track, we focused on South-South North collaborations. In this track, we now turn our attention closer home, East-East and ASEAN collaborations. As universities respond and adapt to globalization and internationalization, there is an emerging trend towards new global regionalism in the East and in the ASEAN region. In this new landscape, we may see stronger partnerships, particularly relevant to international student mobility, study abroad programs, transnational higher education, and the accelerated movement of research in science and technology among regional universities, also with businesses and government agencies. I'm sure that our esteemed speakers on this panel, with their very vast experience, will share their insights and thoughts on some of these aspects today. May I now request Dr. Jamil Salmi to address the delegates. Dr. Salmi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. It's really a great honor to participate again in the international conference organized by Symbiosis. International University. I wish we could all be together in Pune and benefit from the fantastic and generous hospitality that I had the pleasure to experience a few years back. But it's also very nice to be able to work through this virtual mode. If you allow me, I'm going to share my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you the results of a study that I did on behalf of the World Bank a few months back, looking at the present state of regional collaboration in higher education in the South Asia region, and trying to think about options and paths and opportunities for ramping up, scaling up these instances of collaboration towards a better integration of higher education in the region as it happens in other parts of the world. For those of you who are medical doctors, you may know that you would know, of course, that rotavirus until 2006 was a very bad disease provoking diarrhea among children all over the world. And then a kind of miracle happened. In 2006, a vaccine was developed for the first time. And the reason I take this disease as an example is that the vaccine was invented by Indian scientists working together with researchers in the US. So you had on the one hand, researchers at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore, working with colleagues at the NIH, National Institutes of Health in the US, and Stanford University. And to develop this vaccine, they created, with help from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, a new Indian company, Bharat Biotech, that produced the vaccine. And I think that's such an important and good example of what collaboration in higher education is about. My purpose today is to focus on three dimensions. First, remind ourselves why it is so important to cooperate, to collaborate, not only generally, but in the field of higher education. And then look at ongoing experiences in the South Asia region, and finally make a few suggestions about the way forward. So we are all aware of the many benefits of collaboration. We realize increasingly that our planet is facing global and regional issues that cannot be effectively addressed by any single country, even a huge country like India. Second, we have found that to build institutional capacity, it is the best way to do it is to work through mutually beneficial partnerships. And as countries grapple with the need to build up their research capacity, many of the smaller countries realize that it is impossible to set up all the scientific capacities to build a critical mass of researchers just on your own. And while this is true in South Asia, it's even truer in other regions where I work, which is sub-Saharan Africa. And let me share just a few examples of such scientific issues that really require regional, if not global, solution. Well, we have been living it for the past 2 years with COVID-19, obviously, but even before, with the SARS epidemic, with Ebola in Africa, with Zika in South America. Solutions are found much quicker if we work together. Then there is the whole issue of climate change and the increasing number and strength of natural disasters that is affecting our planet. And another obvious example is the issue of water flows. Today, on our planet, we have 214 rivers that flow from one country to the other, sometimes to many more countries. We can think of the Nile River in Africa, for example. I was mentioning the COVID-19 epidemic that really put the world at a standstill in March 2020. If you look at the graph, already a month later, by April 2020, the number of collaborations all over the planet to understand the disease better and to start finding medication that would work or to work towards a possible vaccine was already involving scientists, researchers from all over the world. And you can see on the graph that South Asia was already heavily involved in these activities. To build scientific facilities, it's also very important to pool our resources. I think perhaps the most emblematic example is that of CERN, the particle accelerator in Switzerland, which has a diameter of several kilometers going underground across France and Switzerland. If you've never visited that place, it's amazing. And there we have scientists from all over the world collaborating, working together. But without going too so far, as you know, the CGIR, the research institutes in the agricultural field, which are disseminated in all over the planet, in several countries, where we have two centers, one in India and one in Sri Lanka, that exemplifies this kind of international collaboration, scientific collaboration for the benefit of entire humanity. I was mentioning the Africa sub-region. Many African countries are very small, especially in Western Africa, the Sahel countries. They have very limited resources. But still, progress has been immense as a result of a project supported by not only the World Bank, but many other donor agencies, with the idea that to build a graduate studies capacity and research capacity, instead of having each country establishing its own center at a high cost and with limited human resources, these countries will pool their resources and establish regional centers of excellence that would cater to the needs not only of the country where they are located, but of the entire region. And many of these centers have become very strong. I can mention, for example, in Nigeria, the Redeemer University, which is a private university with a leading edge research capacity in the health area. They were very active during the Ebola epidemic, and they've been at the forefront of the fight against COVID in the past 2 years. Now, what is the situation in South Asia? Unfortunately, the regional collaborations and cooperation, although it exists, is not as advanced as in other parts of the world. In my study, I did a little bit of benchmarking, not only with Western Europe as a result, or Europe in general as a result of the Bologna process. But if we look at Southeast Asia, and I'm sure that my two colleagues on the panel, Darrett and Roger, will talk to that because this is a part of the world that really has done a lot. One of the challenges is that by tradition, and this was outlined by the chair of our panel, that we tend to look to the north traditionally for our collaborative initiatives and partnerships. The example I gave at the beginning about rotavirus was between India and North America, and generally most universities in the region still try to develop these partnerships or privilege these partnerships with Europe or North America, and to a lesser extent, in the case of South Asia, with East Asia and the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand. Plus, as you know better than me, unfortunately, the region is facing political tensions, and that, of course, impedes the development of collaborative endeavors that could bring South Asian higher education systems and institutions closer. But we have very important exceptions that need to be celebrated. Within the context of the South, there is a policy framework that allows for the pursuit of collaboration through the University Grants Councils or the Higher Education Commission. In the case of Pakistan, there has been an active dialogue that has, of course, slowed down or almost come to a standstill as a result of the pandemic. But that was a framework that allowed for conversations and actions in terms of collaboration for higher education. And then we have two emblematic examples, the South Asian University in Delhi that cater to the entire region. And earlier, 20 years ago, we had the launch of the Asian University of Women in Bangladesh that has also achieved very impressive results. More recently, the World Bank launched a project called the HEAT Regional Project that at the beginning involved only Bangladesh and Afghanistan, but is open to other countries in the region to join for collaborative work to build up the research capacity, teaching, and also reaching out to society in the respective countries. Now, what is more important, if we want to take an optimistic view, is to think together how we can scale up these activities. What is the way forward? And again, remind ourselves that it makes so much sense because everybody benefits. To improve the quality of academic programs, their relevance, to achieve better learning outcomes for the students involved, mastery of foreign languages, and I think also very important from a cultural viewpoint, exposure to other cultures, which hopefully leads to a more tolerant and open-minded worldview. And I don't need to convince you because Symbiosis International University really embodies its spirit and has been a leader in this respect, in offering opportunity to have students from all over the world learn and live together and learn from each other. In my study, I looked at the possible modalities. I will not spend much time on this, but just to mention each one of them very rapidly, multi-campus universities, and I've already outlined that South Asia is a leader in this respect. Something that is less frequent in this part of the world are branch campuses, much more available in Southeast Asia. Academic mobility, but as we know from the pandemic, all of a sudden academic mobility doesn't need to be elitist activity reserved to people who have resources, but that virtual modes of international mobility can really open new avenues, and we can come back to that during the conversation. Joint delivery of instruction, which again can be presential on campus, but through virtual and mirror classes, we can have many more opportunities through the platform, the virtual platforms that now exist. Joint research projects, professional networks for academics and higher education institutions, the development of regional quality assurance and accreditation associations and networks. And here again, East Asia has been a pioneer. Recognition of qualifications through networks and associations. And last but not least, strategic partnerships and alliance, bringing together universities from two countries or even a larger number of countries. What are some of the enablers? And I think that in the South Asia region, you are in a much better position than other regions. For example, from the point of view of language, the English language is much more prevalent in your region than in other parts of the world. When you work in Africa, for example, you have countries that use Arabic, others that look French, English, Portuguese, or even Spanish in the case of Equatorial Guinea, and that creates barriers. It's a potential advantage, but in the beginning, it can make life more complicated. I have already alluded to the importance of ICT as an important enabler. And in that way, the pandemic has had a positive impact in forcing us to explore many avenues that we had not necessarily looked at before. And I want to insist also on open science, open education, open publications as a way to work together as an enabler. And again, the COVID-19 pandemic has put the impulse to more use, more focus, and more reliance on these new open approaches. So to conclude my brief presentation, I want to remind us that collaborations can have a great impact, and we know there are so many examples. And while recognizing that Europe and Southeast Asia have been pioneers, other regions, Africa and South Asia, have made progress in recent years. And I believe that the good examples that exist already in the region can be built upon, and that there is a lot of room for expansion. I want to quote from this novelist, Siddharth Pico Lear: "The best reason to go to college is to learn that the world is more than the issues that divide us." I think this is very profound, very important, and as a driver of our efforts for regional collaboration. And I take hope in this incredible achievement that I would never have thought to be possible. You may have heard about SESAMI. It's a synchrotron light for experimental science and application in the Middle East. It's the first particle accelerator in that region. And if you look at the list of countries that are together in there, you will see Egypt, Iran, Israel, Jordan, Pakistan, the Palestinian Authority, and Turkey. And as we know, many of these countries are either fighting each other or, in the best case, have very lukewarm relationship. And yet, modeled after the CERN Center that I mentioned earlier, this institution is now up and running. So I think it gives me hope that even in regions where you have strong political tensions, a lot of positive developments can happen. And I think the solution for South Asia is to forget the political channels that are much more difficult and work through the professional channels. And here donor agencies can help as convening power, and also offering financial and technical support to facilitate these initiatives. And I'll finish with this picture. You may remember only a few days after the brutal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian army, we still had these pictures of collaboration with the Russian cosmonauts meeting their US colleagues, because science has no frontiers, science doesn't know wars. So I think we should remain hopeful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salmi. It's always a pleasure to listen to your very insightful remarks. And as you said, we would have loved to have you here on campus, but I hope that will happen next year. You mentioned the collaboration of Indian scientists and researchers from Stanford and NIH, which led to extraordinary results. That was truly a great impact of collaborative work. And also the pooling of scarce resources will, of course, be a great advantage. You highlighted that there is scope to do more, with all the exceptions that you highlighted. So thank you so much for your comments, and I will come back to you later with some questions. May I now request Dr. Roger Chow to take the discussion forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hani. Thank you very much, Jamil. You actually set the tone of my focus, particularly that the world is more than issues that divide us, and there is significant room to collaborate, and that science knows no boundaries. Okay. My talk will focus particularly on frameworks and structural developments that leads towards international collaboration in higher education. Starting point is that the world has actually changed from a global order dominated by the North towards a more regional order with regions taking charge and actually collaborating and doing discussions both at economic, political, or even cultural and sociological dimensions. In the Southeast Asian region, the same thing has happened. Southeast Asia, or particularly the ASEAN region, has been considered the second most successful regional integration project in the world, second only to the European Union. Although the foundations of its regional integration project is totally different from the EU, it has been seen to be successful in certain aspects. In terms of higher education, however, Southeast Asia, ASEAN in particular, has been a little bit slow until the recent decade. Most of the initiatives are driven by member states, and most particularly by dialogue partners, particularly because of funding issues. We have to consider that in international political economy and international relations, it's mostly driven by national policies, foreign relations policies, and basically outside of competition, but collaboration in terms of friendly neighbors and who are your friends among international relations arena. In particular, international mobility in Southeast Asia has been very slow. In fact, I've written about 2 or 3 articles that focusing that there's a significant need of intra-ASEAN mobility. And similar to the discussion on track 1, when there's a movement from the global south to the north, Southeast Asia as a region had the least or less the developing countries moving towards the developed countries within the region. And if we go beyond Southeast Asia, similarly goes to the Northeast Asian countries, where you have Southeast Asian countries moving towards more developed countries such as Japan and Korea, but more recently also towards China. But that's also because of significant funding coming from the Chinese government. So considering these aspects, a lot of collaboration beyond outside of higher education has been driven by national priorities and foreign policies. The development of regional and regional structures such as ASEAN, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation and the various ASEAN-led or ASEAN Plus frameworks, such as the ASEAN Plus 3, which includes Korea, China, and Japan. And if we go to the East Asian Summit with the inclusion of Australia, India, New Zealand, and eventually the US and Russia, it complicates things and has an overlaying hierarchy of regional structures. Although it is still centralized, or there's an ASEAN centrality, the rationale behind it is because they are not actually the driving force, but rather serves as the cohesive force in the region. So as such, higher education in ASEAN has mostly been driven by national directives and goals, particularly for those developed countries, but also driven by global agendas and dialogue partners through funding mechanisms. However, Darren will talk about it on the next, after me. EU share has been substantial in developing the higher education space and internationalization of higher education in the ASEAN region. As we all know, the European higher education area has been a work in progress since 1998, in spite of the fact that it has been declared, I think sometime 2010, if I remember right, that it has been a European higher education area. The process is still ongoing and it's not fully developed. It has not completed its evolution. However, this has served as a basis to develop what is an ASEAN higher education space, which is primarily going to be a focus of the ASEAN Secretariat and the ASEAN member states over the next few years, of course, through the support of the EU Share program. Now, why do we have to collaborate and how do we collaborate? As Jamil earlier said, it's not only governments that collaborate. We have universities that collaborates with other universities in the region. We have academic networks, discipline-based research networks, and we have association of universities. As such, we have to look at the ASEAN University Network with its network of universities within the Southeast Asian region and its thematic networks is actually a very good example of a structural foundation or organization that contributes to enhancing internationalization of higher education across regions. Its academic networks within the ASEAN University Networks also collaborate with other regions, other universities. Its member universities provides the link with other universities within or outside the region through thematic or through relationships across universities. Furthermore, I believe that association of universities talking to other universities, association of universities in other regions would provide an alternative channel outside of the usual nation state or national driven structure where the focus would be economic development, foreign policies. Here, the focus of association of universities will be academic development, stronger international ties, discipline-related research, and basically developing the sector. So we have to look beyond the box, although it's still structured within traditional hierarchies. Association of universities actually contributes to a very strong foundation for interregional collaboration. As Southern Theory always mentioned earlier, a few decades ago, we talked about that it's not only the North who contributes to the knowledge or processes, it's also the South. We don't consider it's ourselves South because even in our own respective countries, there are the better universities and the developing universities. So even within our countries, we have something to learn. So we both learn from, the North can learn from the South, the East can learn from the West, and the South can learn from both. So we all learn from each other. Yeah. So beyond that, I would like to say that the move forward should be to look at alternative channels, just as Jamil mentioned earlier, beyond traditional government-led channels. We should actually look at the capacity of faculty and universities and association of universities to enhance networking, promote joint research, joint development of programs, joint delivery, and of course use ICT, particularly as seen in during the past 2 years with the global pandemic. Take note that the use of ICT in higher education is not only during the pandemic. It has been used in some countries for more than 2 decades, if I remember right. However, we have to consider that the world has changed not only in terms of structures, but also in terms of going digital. So we have to transform the higher education sector and including utilizing ICT and the ecosystem to evolve how we actually collaborate and enhance internationalization of higher education within the region, across the region, and with other regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chow. Thank you so much for your comments on the framework and structures for economic and higher education collaborations. and also the complications that arise from their hierarchy. You also refer to the use of ICT, which is becoming extremely important in the background of the pandemic that we have witnessed in the last few years. I'll come back to you again with questions as they come along. May I now request Mr. Darren McDermott to address the participants.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Dr. Rajani Gupta, Vice President of Symbiosis International, colleagues, distinguished participants. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to join this conference hosted by Symbiosis International University and the Association of the Association of Indian Universities, should I say. Today, I'd like to provide a bit of an overview of the EU support to higher education in the ASEAN region program, which has been running since 2015, and some of the activities that we have been and will continue to implement with our partners across Southeast Asia. So I'm just wondering if it would be possible to have my slides on the screen. That's brilliant. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think it's really interesting what we're doing today. I believe Dr. Jamil is in South America. I know Roger is in Jakarta, and I'm joining you from Dublin, Ireland. The opportunities for the global higher education community of practice to collaborate, and I suppose the impetus to collaborate is greater than ever before. I'm the team leader of the SHARE program, and the SHARE program is a partnership between the EU and Southeast Asia. And this year, if we could just move to the next slide, this year marks the 45th anniversary of the EU's dialogue partnership with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN. So the EU and ASEAN have consolidated a very long-standing relationship by becoming strategic partners. And this is reflected in the breadth and depth of cooperation between the two regions. It's seen the EU become ASEAN's most comprehensive partner. And in February, there was a meeting of the EU-ASEAN Joint Cooperation Committee. Both sides reaffirmed their commitment to regionalism and a rules-based order, multilateralism, as well as respecting and promoting international law and internationally agreed norms and standards in line with the UN Charter. And such cooperation is all the more important in the current geopolitical context. Both sides also welcomed the success of projects enhancing people-to-people connectivity between and within the regions, and welcomed the flagship higher education cooperation program, the SHARE program. So the SHARE program is implemented by a consortium, and it's comprised of the British Council, the DAAD, or German Academic Exchange Organization, NOFIC, the Netherlands International Education Agency, and the European Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. Just move to the next slide, please. So SHARE's overarching objective is to strengthen regional cooperation and enhance the quality, competitiveness, and internationalization of ASEAN higher education. It has drawn on the experience of the Erasmus program, which in turn led to a critical mass, resulting in the initiation of the Bologna process, and then the subsequent creation of the European higher education area, which, as Roger alluded to, is still very much a work in progress. Since 2015, SHARE has engaged concertedly with partners in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN Secretariat, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education, regional organizations, and higher education partners. And coinciding with the 50th anniversary of ASEAN, SHARE received endorsement by the 10 ASEAN heads of state at their meeting in Manila. So SHARE is very much involved in the development of frameworks within ASEAN, within Southeast Asia. And this has led to the formalization of the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility. And this group of permanent representatives from ministries and other stakeholders are working towards the development of a sustainably funded ASEAN scholarship ecosystem and ultimately an ASEAN higher education space. So we're working on a roadmap at the moment and an implementation plan, which will be launched later this year. And this will really set the agenda up to 2025 on the development of this ASEAN higher education space. And it's the vision of the SHARE program consortium that over the course of the remainder of our program, which unfortunately does end later this year, that we can be a catalyst for ASEAN's ownership, sustainability of a collaborative, accessible, and inclusive ASEAN higher education space. So I'd now like to look at some of the recent milestones and our future plans within SHARE's 3 result areas. And if we just move to the next slide, we'll look at result area 1, which is under the management of the British Council and focuses on the overall program management, stakeholder engagement, and policy dialogue. So we work, as I've mentioned repeatedly, closely with ASEAN stakeholders and partners, and have contributed to the development of the higher education components of the ASEAN Work Plan on Education 2021 to 2025. Many of these components are discussed at policy dialogue, and including the dialogues with the ASEAN Working Group on Higher Education Mobility at a policy level, but then at a practitioner level, SHARE has launched the ASEAN Higher Education Harmonization Community of Practice. And this is made up of institutional academics, institutional leadership and staff. It's a really inclusive process, which looks to get a sense of what are the key issues in ASEAN higher education. SHARE has gathered stakeholders together at policy dialogues. Needless to say, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been difficult to bring together the community. When I joined as team leader, within 3 weeks, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. So we were confined to online communication for much of the last couple of years. But I'm pleased to say we've recently had our 14th policy dialogue, and we were able to meet in a hybrid format in Bangkok in partnership with colleagues from the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Regional Center for Higher Education Development, and UNESCO, also the ASEAN University Network, which Roger mentioned. And you can see Roger and myself sitting side by side here with the Permanent Secretary of Higher Education and the leaders of CMIO Raihed and the ASEAN University Network. So we do hope that we can gather together more often now that it looks like things are improving. Just move to the next slide, please. So the overall objective of result area 2 is qualifications frameworks and quality assurance. And this is to strengthen existing regional higher education qualifications and quality assurance frameworks, supporting their implementation and dissemination on a national level. And this is led by our colleagues at the DEA and ENQA. A master plan on ASEAN connectivity study on graduate employability is also being led by the DAD. And this is looking at the contribution of student mobility to employability. And significant work is being done on outcome-based education in the region. So a key regional partner then of quality assurance in the region is the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, and this is currently chaired by the Malaysian Qualifications Agency. Moving on to the next slide, we'll look at result area 3, which is centered on student mobility and credit transfer. And since 2015, more than 550 scholarships have been dispersed to ASEAN students to pursue their studies abroad. And the primary focus of that has been on intra-ASEAN credit-bearing mobility. We're also implementing or have implemented a credit transfer system, the ASEAN Europe Credit Transfer System. Now, another area, and perhaps the area of the program that was most significantly affected by the pandemic, because as we all know, there was no real student mobility happening over the last couple of years. So we as a program really needed to adapt and initiate work on virtual modalities and online modalities of international education. So we've looked very closely at virtual exchange, and collaborative online international learning. And then coupled with that, and in line with developments happening in the EU on the European Digital Credentials for Learning framework, we've looked at 2 studies on the digital transformation of ASEAN EU, the ASEAN EU credit transfer system. And these are backed up with ongoing workshops, capacity development. We're just about to implement our second batch of the virtual exchange COIL scholarships, and we are now hoping that the complementary digital credentials framework will come in and feed into that. So this is just a sense that the region hasn't stood still. It's really kept pace with development in the sector, and I think, as Dr. Jamil noted, it's a much more inclusive approach to international education. So just because one of the primary aspects of internationalization has been removed or taken off the board, so to speak, doesn't mean we give up. I think now more than ever, we need to be looking at ways to collaborate, as we are in this wonderful conference. If we look at the next slide, and so we're really proud of our alumni. 500, in excess of 500 of them from all over Southeast Asia, who've really embraced the opportunity to study within the region. And traditionally, this would have not been the case, but we're seeing a renewed appetite for ASEAN students or Southeast Asian students to study and work alongside their counterparts in other ASEAN member states. So if we just look at, I wanted to try and address some of the questions posed in the session overview, and I've chosen 3 which I'd like to address. So the first of these on the next slide is why is geography specific approach to intra and interregional cooperation required? Those who know me would know that I often use this graphic, but I've used it in the context of internationalization as to, well, what is internationalization? I suppose it depends on where you're sitting and how you might answer that question. But I think it's relevant to international cooperation at large. And the question has been posed, well, is geography destiny? And we often see that through a geopolitical lens. If anything, the geography that's most relevant to us is the world we share. And if COVID-19 has taught us anything, what affects one region can pretty soon affect all regions. Geographical boundaries, either political or geographical, that they don't count for much in this context. So COVID-19 was a global wake-up call. We realized that looking inwards and focusing solely on our own national or institutional context will result in catastrophic myopia and ignorance. Internationalization, inter and intra-regional multilateral cooperation and rules-based order are the active ingredients of a vaccine that can inoculate humanity against this. Climate change is the elephant in the room now, and we really need international, interregional, intra-regional cooperation at all levels for us to get the full picture on how we address this. Universities are very well placed to lead for societies on such crucial exchange of knowledge, people-to-people connectivity, and this point was far more comprehensively unpacked by Dr. Salmi in his presentation than I'm doing here. Looking at one of the other questions is how we, on the next slide, is how we create and foster such networks in such regions. As I've mentioned, the SHARE program has looked very closely at the studies around communities of practice and how we develop that, identifying common themes and purposes, engendering trust amongst different stakeholders, sharing that knowledge, be it tacit or otherwise, sharing best practices or even good practices, what works, what doesn't work, and then developing a collective intelligence that transcends national borders. This is really central to the work of higher education. It's something that we do in universities all the time. And this is how I believe universities can transcend national boundaries and as such develop closer links between regions and countries. So if we move on to the next slide, then I found the question on, do we need a differentiated internationalization strategy? And I'm borrowing heavily from Professor Hans de Wit here and his excellent work on internationalization, where there's the development or the potential development for an international framework. Context is really the key to this. And I think we need to understand, what is our own context? Who are we serving? Why do we want to internationalize? What benefit does it have in relation to our context? How then are we internationalizing our institution? What aspects, be it comprehensive or otherwise? And then the specific activities that lead to that. I think increasingly universities' role in addressing global problems, these wicked problems that face us now and will continue to emerge, that is essential. And I'm really looking forward to seeing much more engagement by universities in the SDGs. I'll just refer then to an excellent publication by Dr. Jamil on this and how universities engage on the SDGs. And then moving to, I think it's the final slide, but yes. I thought, again, a very interesting question. What place does Asia hold in the world with respect to education as soft power? You may be familiar with Professor Danny Kwa. He was previously at LSE. He's now the Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore. And he's done some really interesting work on the primacy of Asia and the increasing power of Asia. So as the world's economic center of gravity shifts ever inexorably, ever closer to Asia, and as the world's largest population, the world's tightest cluster of people is located in that red circle, encompassing all of India as well, I'd point out, then Asia is the center of the world in terms of economy, in terms of development, and education being a very large part of those things. So ultimately, we see Asia taking the lead on education, and that's borne out by increasing numbers of students from around the world choosing Asia as a place to study. Okay, and I think we can just move to the final slide there. I'd like to thank you all very much for your attention and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darren. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your experience with SHARE and telling us about the activities of internationalization of higher education. I actually found your mention of context very, very meaningful. And of course, the fact that trust and sharing common concerns and transcending national boundaries, which you mentioned, are really very important. So thank you very much for joining us today and sharing your ideas with us. I've received a host of questions, and I think I will very quickly, before the session ends, take up some of these questions. My first question is to Dr. Jamil Salmi. Do you think that some challenges could arise in collaboration due to the difference in levels of internationalization of the various nations which are involved in the ASEAN and Southeast Asia? The levels of difference, the different levels of development of the nations involved. Would that cause any problems?
Indeed, it may cause. I maybe share an anecdote. As Darren mentioned, I live in South America, in Colombia, for personal reasons, and I was asked by the major Colombian university to help them organize a trip to China. And it so happens that I have good relationship with the people who do the Shanghai ranking. And so I asked them, could you kindly set up an appointment between the University Vice Chancellor for Colombia and your university president? And they looked at me, they told me, sorry, Jamil, we'd love to help you, but that university in Colombia is not in the top 100. So our president will not have time for him or her. I think that's the bad side. But I think the good side is to remember that we can all learn from each other, no matter how advanced or less advanced. And I've seen many times that when you have traditional collaboration patterns, university from the north helping universities in the south, that when they are open-minded, they realize that the university from the north can learn a lot from university in the south, because the circumstances are much more difficult, much more challenging. They have to be much more, they have to find solutions without the resources that universities in the north may have. So I'm a big believer that you can have deep, what I call deep partnerships. When two universities, I think the important thing is to share the same philosophy. No matter if you are at different levels of development, but if you have the same outlook on life, then you can build meaningful relationships where both parts learn from each other or learn together.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Roger Chow. Going forward, do you see that the mode of service delivery in this part of the world changing from student mobility to other forms of collaboration, or even a commercial presence of these universities overseas?
Well, first and foremost, it has already happened. It has changed. There has been ongoing mobility of faculty, and there has been online delivery of courses and joint delivery. In China, there has been international branch campuses similar with Singapore, Malaysia, to a certain extent, Thailand. In fact, China, if I remember right, hosts the most number of IBCs, international branch campuses in the world today.
Yeah.
And these are not only one type, but it also includes Sino-foreign collaboration, Sino-foreign program collaboration, as well, aside from institutions. So there's a lot of things happening. There are talks not only in higher education in the notion of hyper-blended delivery, where students actually attend class, but some of them are actually attending it online. So this is something that we can look at, but there will be challenges. Probably easier at the higher education space, but primary for compulsory education, it will be more challenging. As such, I believe that it has already changed, and as with any trend, it will continue. As to how much it will drive the changes, we don't know. It depends on infrastructure developments of technology, and the buy-in from national policymakers and the funding that they provide. So, yeah, that's the only thing I can say. I'm not a fortune teller. Sorry.
Thank you. The next question is for Mr. Darren. You have worked in capacity building programs in ASEAN. Do you feel that the competitiveness between these nations would dilute regional collaboration? And has the exercise of harmonization been easy?
Very interesting.
I'm sure
question.
not, but but do share your experience with us.
Yeah, well, I will readily agree that it's not easy. I think any form of harmonization, I mean, some people would even challenge the use of the term harmonization as, what is that an appropriate approach to a region such as ASEAN? I'm going to, I suppose, reflect on the very clear difference between the EU and ASEAN as regions. And Dr. Roger will be smiling in a moment now as I use this quote, because we were discussing it recently at the policy dialogue in Bangkok. There is a need to recognize that they're very different approaches. And a very dear colleague and expert from the ASEAN region, Dr. Supachai Yabaprabhas, who was a former executive director of the ASEAN University Network, and Simeo Raihead, would say that, and he used this analogy, that Europe is an orchestra and ASEAN is a jazz band. And I thought that was a really succinct way of describing the two regions, because in Europe, things happen at the center, and then, yes, everyone has their role and they carry that out. In ASEAN, the idea of autonomy and non-interference between the member states is very clear. I think we've seen that play out in recent times, and that would then, I suppose, trickle down to the institutions. Competition is not as much a factor. I do think there's a great willingness amongst the ministries and also the governments to work together. So there is a lot of cohesion. There are differences, of course, in views on certain aspects, and that would be true of any region. It's the same is true in the EU. I mean, our tax regulations, for example, in Ireland were called into question by some EU member states being a little bit too low. So if we look at harmonization on any level, be it on tax, on higher education, there will always be challenges. But I think as long as there's a willingness to collaborate and a willingness to come together as a community, then that will be half the battle. And we saw that in the EU, in the development of the Bologna process and the European higher education area.
Thank you. Very interesting. Very interesting. I have time for a couple more, if you're okay with that. Can I go ahead? A couple of more questions. I think I saw one here. That's for Dr. Jamil Salmi. Collaboration and mobilization of resources are dependent on economic development of the region. Will this be the biggest hindrance in scaling up East-East collaborations in the future?
Yes,
economic development will, you need resources, right?
Yes, and especially, connectivity, I think it has proven a very important barrier or enabler. But once you have connectivity, then you need, as my colleagues have mentioned, you don't need to travel physically to engage in meaningful interaction. You can do classes together, supervision of master and PhD students. You can do research collaboration. You can use remote labs. I just give you just one example. I have a brother-in-law who is a professor of robotics in Montreal, Canada. And he has in his lab a little piece of equipment called the rover, like this machine that they send to planet Mars. Mm-hmm. It costs $30 million. Which university in the South can afford, or even in the North, But through internet connection, students anywhere in the world can program an experiment, send the information to the robot in Canada and do the experiment. So I think that, yes, a minimum of resources in terms of good connectivity are important. And here the National Research and Education Network, the NRENs, have become crucial. But if you have that, then the sky is the limit in terms of new forms of collaboration and internationalization.
That's so true. I think resources, there's often a barrier in our minds that you need resources. But I think leveraging collaborations and networks can help you overcome that. And of course, technology helps us a lot with the way things are progressing now. Dr. Chow, there's a question here for you. For nations like East Asia or South Korea with multiple regional memberships, is it possible that some regionalization schemes will have a priority over others? Will that create some kind of a conflict? You did mention very briefly that, it sometimes becomes confusing when they are part of so many collaborations.
Actually, that is a question I posed in my 2014 article in Higher Education. I said there are too many frameworks happening at different sub and even above ASEAN ASEAN plus 3, and even Asia Pacific level. There is conflict to a certain extent, but it's not that bad. Sometimes conflicts creates impetus for further development and innovation. This is something I've learned over time, and especially when I'm working now at the ASEAN region, particularly in education. In fact, Darren can see that we actually managed to pull something that has never been done before in the region. We brought together all the key regional stakeholders and players in higher education and decided to work together. This has never been done. So in fact, things that may seem to be a challenge may actually be something that helps push innovation and harmonization and collaboration together.
Thank you.
So
Thank you once again.
Look at it as a challenge.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again for being a very, very positive panel. I think the questions, you brought out the positive angle more than the difficulties. And I think that's really the secret of your success. Mr. Darren, your last slide on Asia becoming important really makes us understand why this topic today was so very critical. Let me just end by thanking all the speakers for your time and for sharing your experiences. Of course, collaboration in higher education is naturally beneficial, since discovering new or unexpected or alternative insights has always been the very aim of universities and academic discussions. And I'm sure we have very exciting and meaningful years ahead. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you for joining us today and for being on this panel. Over to you, Madhvi.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhvi. Madhvi, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for a symphony of thoughts which this session gave to us. And I now request Dr. Vidya to kindly thank our speakers.
So thank you, Jamil. I'm so glad to see you here. A very close friend and of course, someone who I really look up to. Professor Darren and Professor Chow. I think Professor Chow and I have been on some webinars together. But thank you so much for accepting our invitation. In fact, this was the first time when we really brought in ASEAN, for discussions in an educational platform like this. Though we had discussed ASEAN in an international relations conference in more of the, the diplomatic discussions that we had a few years ago. But I'm sure we can come together and work on many platforms that we spoke about right now. And Professor Jamil, I'm sure you're going to be happy mentoring us once again, and hope to see all of you next year physically at Symbiosis International University. And thank you, Professor Gupte, for a wonderful, session. It was really very interesting, and you had done your homework so well. It was like a wonderful prelude that you gave to the discussions.
No, I think, ma'am, it's all thanks to the wonderful speakers we had on the session. I think all of them had given us very, very different insights, and that was very valuable. Thank you once again, and we look forward to meeting you in person next year.
Thank you for the excellent moderation, Dr. Gupte, and it was a pleasure to join the panel today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting all of you in person in the near future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of this engaging session. We will now take a break, and we will come back at around 4:30 p.m. Where we have a very special session organized where Dr. Vidya will be in conversation with Mr. Joe Johnson. So hope to see all of you in the next session. Stay safe and God bless. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
Anita, you're on mute. We can't.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
No, you're still on mute.
You're still on mute.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. So good afternoon and welcome back to this very special session that we have. It's different from the sessions that we've had during the day. It's an in-conversation. Dr. Vidya will be in conversation with the Right Honorable Joe Johnson. Let me give you a very brief introduction to him. He is a specialist in education and technology policy, with significant roles being played at a number of global universities and board positions at world-leading companies. He is the President's Professorial Fellow at King's College London, and also a Senior Fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School, as well as a Fellow of Birkbeck College, University of London, and a member of the Council of the Dyson Institute for Engineering and Technology. He's Chairman of the Board of Access Creative, the largest independent provider of further education specialist training for the creative industries, and a board member of Tech Nation, the UK government-funded growth platform for the tech sector. So I should apologize that I didn't unmute myself effectively at the very beginning. He also serves as chairman of the advisory board of Apply Board, the world's leading platform for international student recruitment, and is a member of the European Advisory Board of Samsung Electronics. A member of the House of Lords, a member of the Privy Council, a governor of the Digital Foundation, and a member of the European Council on Foreign.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
A member of Parliament between 2010 to 2019, he held prominent positions in government under 3 prime ministers, including head of the number 10 Downing Street Policy Unit and member of state attending cabinet for universities, science and innovation. Interestingly, before entering Parliament, he worked at the Financial Times for 13 years in a variety of roles, including as associate editor, and very interestingly for us, the South Asia Bureau Chief. He's written 2 very interesting books, including Reconnecting Britain and India, Ideas for an Enhanced Partnership, which is co-edited with Dr. Rajiv Kumar, and The Man Who Tried to Buy the World. We're so happy to have you with us. Let me give you a very brief idea of Symbiosis, because I'm going to assume that you may not know a little bit about how we started. Symbiosis was set up by a botany professor in 1971. The founder was this botany professor, Dr. S.P. Muzumdar. He is the chancellor now of Symbiosis International University. And in response to the situation that African and Asian students faced in Pune, especially at that point of time, from racial discrimination to struggling to align and assimilate into the culture at that point of time, Symbiosis as an idea was established. Since 1971, Symbiosis has grown from being an intercultural center, providing a home away from home for foreign students who primarily came from African and Asian countries, to now being a university, an international university, whose vision is to promote international understanding through quality education. And if you've heard of this Sanskrit saying, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, that's the objective. The Chancellor, Dr. S.P. Muzumdar, spoke in the morning at the inaugural, and he spoke about this. This is his continued passion, that education and only education can bridge differences, appreciate differences, and have respect for all the differences that we have. His daughter, who you know, Dr. Vidya Yerodekar, is the principal director of Symbiosis Society, which has a number of not only the university, but also has schools and colleges under it. She's also the pro-chancellor of the Symbiosis International University, and her scholarship is primarily in the internationalization of higher education. So extremely happy to have you with us. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Vidya, who's going to be in conversation with you. I believe it's going to be a free-ranging conversation on a number of topics. We look forward to this conversation. Over to you, Dr. Vidya.
So thank you, Anita, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for accepting our invitation. Both of us were on a common platform a few months ago, and you know, the way you spoke, I immediately told Anita that we need to bring him here at this conference as well. In fact, we would have been happy for you to come down to India and be at Symbiosis International University campus, but unfortunately we couldn't have this campus, this conference in person, and you're here with us virtually. But I learned that you're going to be in India very soon, and we hope to see you on our campus too. So as Anita very rightly said, this session is a little different from the other sessions. It's not a panel discussion, and it's not even just a monologue from you, but we will have a nice conversation. I will give a little bit of background of the questions that I'm going to ask you, and then, you know, through a Q&A with me, you know, we'll bring in a lot of things from UK-India partnerships, etc. What we can learn from UK, and you know, how significant the national education policy reflects in our higher education system, etc. And later, if we have time, then there will be questions from the audience as well. I hope you can take those also. So let me begin saying that you had an important role of a Minister for University Science, Research and Innovation. And you introduced the Higher Education and Research Act 2017, which the Times Higher Education described as the most significant legislation in 25 years. This actually overhauled the whole regulatory framework for British universities and replaced the Higher Education Funding Council for England with a new regulator, the Office for Students. And it also established mechanisms to hold universities more accountable for the quality of teaching and student outcomes. And let us all applaud you for this wonderful initiative of yours. Now, this act also created a new national strategic research body, the UK Research and Innovation, bringing together the UK's fragmented research funding bodies together. Now, my question to you is, what are the key takeaways from the Higher Education and Research Act 2017, which would benefit India in developing its educational strategy? You know that we've just launched the National Education Policy in 2020, and we too believe that all these various research funding bodies should now come together under one umbrella, which we call it as a National Research Foundation. So let me have your thoughts.
Great. Well, thank you, Dr. Vidya, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this fascinating conference. I'm actually in the East Coast of the United States at the moment, but notwithstanding the massive time difference, I've been tuning in and benefiting from the wisdom of all of the eminent panelists and speakers that you've gathered together at Symbiosis, and learnt an enormous amount over the last few hours between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. my time. But it's been fascinating. And you know, what a great time to be discussing these issues. Your question is a very, very interesting one, which is, what are the takeaways from the reforms which we put in place in the UK with the passage of the Higher Education and Research Act for potential application in India? And I think there are sort of very striking similarities in some senses, obviously also massive differences. But the NEP and the UK's Higher Education and Research Act are both massive reforms, huge reforms, so big you could sort of see them from space in terms of what they're planning to do to the two countries' higher education and research systems. Looking at the Higher Education and Research Act, it was a response to challenges which are felt all around the world, including in India, namely, how do you expand access and widen participation and massify your higher education system without losing quality, lowering standards, and sacrificing student outcomes? And how do you do all of that in a context which is affordable within finite public spending constraints and limited ability to tap the taxpayer indefinitely for further funding for higher education. So that is the core constraint. And the Higher Education and Research Act was an attempt to answer that question. And it responded to the particular decisions that have been taken over time in the United Kingdom about how best to fund higher education, in which successive governments, starting with Tony Blair's Labour governments in the mid-1990s, decided to shift funding and to share the burden of funding between the student and the taxpayer. So Tony Blair, as you may remember, in 1997, 1998, introduced a system of top-up fees whereby students were charged £1,000 as a contribution towards the cost of their higher education experience. Labour then trebled that fee to £3,000 in the middle of the first decade of this millennium, and the Conservatives then in 2011-2012 trebled it again to £9,000 in the period of their first term in office. So we went from a situation where the taxpayer and the government funded the totality of higher education to one in which the student themselves took on a significant proportion of the cost of higher education. It was never the totality of the cost because it was a loans-based system, and the government consciously put in place a system in which students were able not to repay until they were earning above a certain threshold that represented roughly the median earnings in the country, namely around £27,000 as it stands today. So the government always expected to be writing off a significant proportion of the loan book. But the burden shift to the student was very considerable. And we needed to put in place a system of regulation that reflected that change in the way higher education was being funded. This was a major shift for the sector. What it entailed was the abolition of a system of provider-led regulation that had been in place for over 100 years when, after the First World War, the UK set up what had been called the University Grants Committee, which then transformed into something called the University Grants Council, and then finally, in its final iteration, the Higher Education Funding Council for England. And these bodies are not dissimilar, from my understanding, to the system of regulation and funding that exists in India today with your university, your UGC. We decided that because of the way we'd shifted funding towards the student consumer, we needed to abolish this old model and put in place one in which we had not a funding system, but one of a regulator of market regulations. We created a new market regulator, the Office for Students. And this represented, as I said, a profound shift in terms of regulation and oversight. And it reflected the fact that because we were reducing the amount of funding into the system that was coming directly from the government to a really very residual amount, barely £1.4 billion in grant funding that was going to universities from the old Higher Education Funding Council for England, the government really didn't have the levers it needed anymore to maintain quality and standards as the system expanded and as more people went into higher education. And that's why we decided as a government to create this new body, the Office for Students, which would have the levers that government no longer had primarily through the funding tool. It would have the levers legally to ensure that quality and standards and student outcomes were being upheld. So the OFS, the Office for Students' primary interest, was no longer to ensure that universities were adequately funded, but to ensure that the student who was being taught and who was paying tuition fees through graduate repayments was getting value for money. And this inevitably was a controversial reform, because many universities mistakenly still assumed that the role of the new body was to support them and to fund them rather than to protect the interests of students. Other similarities with the NEP, the Higher Education and Research Act, as you mentioned, Dr. Vidya, also aimed to reform the way research in the UK was funded and organized. We looked around at our research system, and in many respects, it looked to be highly performing. The UK represents, about 1% of the world's population, 3% of the world's researchers, and accounts for about 13 or 14% of the world's most impactful research. But we looked around at our research system, the way it was organized into 7 different discipline-facing research councils. And it was clearly deficient in a number of ways, particularly in the sense that it was preventing our communities of scientists from working together in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary ways due to the way funding was organized in discipline-facing silos. And it was also sort of adding up to less of the sum of the parts in terms of how it related to government and how it related to partners around the world. Because it was so fragmented between these various research councils, government had difficulty in establishing a single point of accountability for the value for money it was deriving from public spending on R&D. The creation of a single point of accountability to government with UKRI was really transformative in terms of the research community's relationships with the Treasury, which obviously controls the purse strings, and significantly increased the confidence the Treasury had in substantially increasing funding for R&D in the UK. So from India's point of view, I would be very optimistic about the positive benefits of the creation of the new body that is being contemplated by the NEP. I think it's called the National Research Foundation, because our experience in the UK was that creating a sort of a single point of accountability, if that indeed is what is intended in India, was very, very positive for the government's willingness to allocate more funding. And in the UK, we've seen, some of the biggest increases in spending on R&D that we've ever seen in our history, and we're now sort of heading towards a long-standing goal of spending 2.4% of GDP on R&D by 2027. That certainly is the roadmap that the government has set out, and I don't believe the community would have been successful in getting those promises of big increases in funding if it hadn't been able to clarify reporting lines and lines of accountability to government for that spending. The last point I'd make about the creation of UK research and innovation was that it deliberately tried to tighten the links between research and business and the world of innovation. So we incorporated in this research funding body our public agency for supporting innovation and knowledge transfer, which in the UK is known as Innovate UK. And I'm not sure what the intention is in India with that, in that respect, whether there is a plan to bring in sort of knowledge transfer support agencies and innovation agencies into the research organization. Certainly in the UK, our experience was that was incredibly positive for funding for innovation and knowledge transfer. And Innovate UK within this new organization, UKRI, has itself also benefited from substantial uplifts in funding. And also, I think it's benefited, the processes of knowledge transfer between universities and the business community themselves. Those are some of the sort of superficial similarities. What I would lastly say is, clearly, it's all very well having reforms on paper, implementing them and getting them done requires huge focus and commitment, and it requires governments to be consistent in their willingness to drive forward an agenda. And there again, you see in India very strong Prime Minister level support for this agenda. which bodes very well, I think, for prospects for the implementation of the NEP. And we've had in the UK, a fairly long period of conservative coalition or conservative majority government, which has enabled these reforms to be implemented at some pace. And I think that's absolutely vital. When you're doing a very, very big reform program like this, you do need consistency of vision and consistency in terms of the ministers who are there to take the program forward. And I think there's a clear similarity between India and the UK in that respect.
Yes, thank you very much. And exactly on the same lines, I think the NEP, which is now conceptualized the National Research Foundation, we also have the National Innovation Foundation. So hopefully all the other smaller bodies that fund research will be brought under this. And then we will. Do you have a problem?
No, no problem at all. Sorry, I was just plugging my computer in before I ran out of battery.
So as you very rightly said that we definitely need to bring in innovation and research together. That's what the new NEP is talking about. We are all waiting for the implementation part, of course. A huge amount of budget has been allocated for the National Research Foundation. And so hopefully we will see a lot of funding coming from a single channel to the Indian universities. Now, my next question. So it is believed that 2030 roadmap for India-UK future relations will create a revitalized and dynamic connection between the two nations and elevate the relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. The MOU that has been signed states that participants will promote the take-up of higher education opportunities by nationals of both the countries through initiatives such as university missions, student fairs, raising the awareness and understanding of educational opportunities, including scholarships, schemes, associations, internships, and relevant immigration laws and regulations. Moreover, we can also expect the exchange of ideas on the India-UK partnership by leading think tanks, institutes, and various initiatives towards strengthening the role of women in STEM at schools and institutions. Now, with these set goals, what according to you are the highest priorities of UK institutes to enhance the development of direct partnerships between higher education institutions of both countries?
I mean, the UK-India relationship is, it's one that's in general long been underperforming its potential in a number of respects. On the trade side, the UK has been slipping down the ranks of India's trading partners quite solidly, quite consistently over the last couple of decades, from second in 1999 to 14th or 15th now. The bright side of the relationship is very much on the sort of people-to-people, the living bridge side, and on the relations between our higher education institutions and between our researchers. When you look at who we're collaborating with around the world, India, the UK is India's second most frequent research collaborator after the US, and by our calculations, we think we are the country with which India collaborates with most in Europe. But we're very far from being complacent in the UK, and we want to do more to develop R&D ties with India. We are doing much more with China than we are doing with India. China is, as you may know, is about to overtake the US as the UK's most important research partner. By contrast, India is, although we want to do much more with India, India is only our 16th most important research partner at the moment. It's rising much more slowly up the ranks of the UK's research partners than China has, whereas China has gone from being our 9th most important research partner a decade ago to, as I said, being poised to overtake the US right now. India has gone from 22nd place a decade ago to 16th place now. So it's progressing much more slowly than China is as a research partner for the UK. And I want to accelerate that. I want to ensure that the UK government is doing everything it can for its part to facilitate more partnerships, more collaboration between individual researchers and institutions. There are a lot of good reasons to do that. Starting with the quality of the science as the main driver. It speaks for itself that when we do collaborate together, we generally create very impactful research that's more impactful than the research either country produces on its own, and that's commonly found when countries collaborate with each other internationally. But what is striking to me is that the research that India and the UK do together is more impactful than the research that the UK and China do when they collaborate together. So there's lots of reasons for us to invest more in this relationship. It produces impactful research, and when you look at the geopolitics of the world today, dismal as they are, you might think that research collaborations between two democracies are likely to be able to withstand the storms of our times better than other relationships out there. So there's a lot of reason to invest in this relationship, and I'm hopeful that the free trade agreement that the two countries are now seeking to put in place will have at its heart what you might call a comprehensive knowledge partnership that would put in place many of the building blocks that would facilitate more collaboration and as well as more student mobility between our two countries.
Absolutely, but through UKRI and also through the Spark funding that is offered by the government or the Ministry of Education, we do see a little increase in the research partnerships than before. But I agree with you fully that we need to definitely enhance these. And I don't think really we should wait for the governments. There are private institutions here in India that can certainly look at partnerships with UK universities. And all this begins with student mobility. So I come to my next question to you. India has been the second largest sending country, right, next to China. And with a young population, with a very, very large young population in India, obviously, the eyes of the world are towards India. Now, here, one of the regulations that you all came up with of discontinuing the post-study work visa definitely hampered, the number of Indian students going to UK in 2011. Of course, later in 2018, you reintroduced the post-study work route, and therefore we now see some increase, but not very significant. So my question to you is that by keeping in view these constant policy changes and other political and economic variables, how can the issue of declining student mobility and student exchange be tackled? I mean, shouldn't governments really worry about such policies that are probably made ad hoc and not in the interest of students?
Yeah, you're absolutely right to draw attention to the post-study work visa. That's been a big driver of demand for study in the UK over the last 2 or 3 years, when it was first sort of highlighted as on its way. Numbers from India have rocketed back up, having declined in the middle of the last decade due to the removal of that post-study work option by the Theresa May administration when she was Home Secretary in about 2013. Numbers from India are now on a trajectory such that Indian students will represent the largest body on campus of any single group, exceeding the Chinese body. And that is a very, very striking development. Just 3 years ago, there were 6 times as many Chinese students as Indian students at UK universities. By my reckoning, within the next couple of years, we are likely to see the Indian student body outnumber the very, very large body of Chinese students at UK higher education institutions. And that's a great development. It's terrific to see that demand for UK higher education, and it's great that we're going to have more people with an understanding of British culture, society, our worldview, and able to develop ties of friendship that later turn into ties of trade, investment, and so on. So that's all good. I think though there is a real risk to the pattern of student flows, and everyone on this at this conference will be acutely aware of it, and they are highly imbalanced. I think overall India's inward to outward student mobility ratio is something like 1 to 10, but when it comes, or 1 to 20, something of that order. But when it comes to the inward outbound student mobility ratio to the UK, it's something like 1 to 300. So there is a gross imbalance in that relationship, in that respect. And the UK government, and I would hope also the Indian government, might want to look at mechanisms to encourage more outbound mobility from the UK to Indian institutions, so that we can have a flow of students in two directions that is more balanced than it is at the moment. I think the UK government should assist in this respect in a number of ways. Our levels of sort of Asia literacy generally are pretty low, and I think governments should recognize that this is a significant problem for us as a country, given, as we heard in an earlier panel discussion, the shifting center of global economic gravity towards Asia. How on earth can we continue to have our countries, our young people so sort of unaware of the major societies that are going to be such important players in the geopolitics of the future? So we've got to address our low levels of Asia literacy. And I think we need to set some clear goals for programs such as our Turing scheme, which replaced for the UK our previous membership of the European Union's Erasmus Plus program. So we've set up our own student mobility program called the Turing scheme, and I think we should set some clear objectives for it to increase quite dramatically the number of UK students who are going to countries in Asia, especially India, to learn about them and to undertake courses of study. That would be an important objective in my view.
I fully agree that it has to be a bilateral mobility of students. But what we see is when Indian students move to UK, it's either for the undergraduate or the postgraduate full-time degree programs. And when you see UK students coming to us, they generally come for a semester exchange or a study abroad program. And this brings me to my next question to you about mutual recognition agreements. When you look at such kind of mobility of students or faculty members, or even when it comes to research collaborations, we definitely need to discuss the mutual recognition agreements. And sometimes we also see that some of our degrees don't get recognized. I'm a medical doctor by training, and I see so many of my friends who've done their post-graduation here in India, can practice in India, but obviously because of, the degrees or the medical degrees not being recognized, they have to go through the whole residency program once again in the UK. So would you have any thoughts, and do you think countries need to come together for betterment of student mobility as well as even professional mobility?
Yes, absolutely. And I would hope that the free trade discussions that are now underway between our two countries will have this as a major objective, to iron out many of these issues around the recognition of qualifications. I think on the UK side, we've had a long-standing objective of trying to secure recognition of the UK's one-year master's program, which doesn't find favour with the Indian authorities. So there are issues on both sides which do need to be ironed out, and the desire to put in place a free trade agreement and to have this sort of and to achieve milestones for the relationship in the 2030 vision that the two prime ministers have set out gives us a real timeline to tackle these long-standing barriers to student mobility and to the development of research partnerships. Because if students can't come to the UK and do a one-year master's that's not recognized, it's very difficult for them to progress into research positions and to undertake research collaborations thereafter. So it's a real barrier to the development of much deeper relationships between our countries, and I hope the trade agreement can help fix it. But overall, you know, I'm extremely optimistic about it. I mean, there's a real feeling in the UK that there's a sort of an alignment of interests now in terms of making progress on this FTA than there has been in a very long time. You know, in the UK, we are in a post-Brexit world now. We are actively looking to take advantage of the freedoms we've got to conduct our own trade policy with countries around the world, where within the constraints of negotiating within an EU framework, we were unable to make that kind of progress. And I really hope that, you know, the India FTA, as and when it appears, can be a highlight of how you know, the UK is managing to make something of the opportunities that Brexit has provided it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the national education policy rolling out a one-year master's program here, even in India, I'm sure, you know, the mutual recognition of the master's one-year master's program in the UK would be recognized here in India as well. So we also see a huge transformation in the Indian higher education system, a lot probably learned from the UK higher education system. The NEP also talks about internationalization. In fact, for the first time after 34 years, you see a national education policy with a very strong focus on internationalization of higher education, and more specifically, transnational education. It also speaks about dual degrees, about twining degrees, and therefore, with these being rolled out, we will see a huge mobility. But do you see the same kind of acceptance, you know, of students, of faculty in this transnational education with UK universities, or do you think there will be a challenge to this kind of transnational education?
I think, you know, it's the holy grail of higher education, or one of the holy grails of higher education, is to have a truly functioning credit transfer, credit accumulation and transfer system. And, you know, within countries, they barely, in many countries, they might exist on paper, but they're seldom, you know, really extensively used in practice. In the UK, for example, we have in theory a credit accumulation and transfer system between UK institutions, but less than 2% of students each year actually take advantage of mobility between institutions in one country. The European credit transfer system, you know, as has been discussed earlier in this call, in the European research area, are work in progress. And obviously, you know, the Bologna mechanism assists in many respects. It's an altogether different order of magnitude of complexity to start doing it, you know, across continents. But I'm optimistic, and I would hope that, again, within the framework of the free trade agreement that we're developing, that we can put in place commitments to put in place, at least on paper for the time being, the building blocks of a credit accumulation and transfer system that might function between the UK and India. Whether institutions then actually take advantage of, you know, that theoretical possibility is a whole nother question. My expectation is that technological disruption will accelerate adoption and be a big driver of uptake in this respect. There are platforms which are going to enable students to see the pathways that are actually available to them in a way which really hasn't been possible up until now, because universities tend not to advertise their credit transfer routes. They tend to bury them in paperwork. They're very difficult to find in university documentation. But there is clearly scope for tech to highlight the pathways that are possible, and also the pathways that are latent between institutions. If institution A partners with institution B, and institution B partners with institution C, but institution A doesn't partner with institution C, there's clearly a pathway between A and C that should be potentially possible for institutions to create, and tech is going to make those kind of links much more visible to students, and I think drive demand for joint degrees, joint programs, credit stacking in a way that we haven't seen over recent decades, and which explains the sort of the agonizing processes that regional associations go through in trying to put together networks on paper that are never really used in practice. I do think the world is changing, and I think the big tech platforms will help drive that process over the coming decade.
I fully agree with you. You know, I think it's an exciting time to be a student, really, than be a teacher, because it's, you know, it's such a conducive environment. Even with this new education policy, we are looking forward to actually implementing the academic bank of credit, you know, where students can actually accumulate credits and deposit in their accounts from different institutions. And I think these different institutions need not be just different Indian institutions, but if we really have a joint credit policy, then it could be even UK institutions from where students can gather these credits. And you so very rightly said that technology has disrupted all this. I mean, it's become much easier. Even today, the Indian government, for the category 1 universities or the well accredited universities, allows almost 40% of credits being taken online, through online platforms. So I'm sure universities that are way ahead in, you know, using technology, students from those universities will certainly be benefited. Coming to a different personality of yours, now that you've authored several books, and one of your book, of course, the one that you edited along with a close friend of Symbiosis, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, the vice chairman of Niti Aayog, on reconnecting Britain and India. So what prompted you to actually, you know, edit this book or even conceptualize this book? Any specific reasons? And I can see the range of authors as well.
Yeah, no, I was lucky to get to know Dr. Rajiv Kumar when I was based in Delhi for the Financial Times, and when I entered UK politics after I left the Financial Times, you know, it was clear to me that, you know, we needed to put some focus on the UK-India relationship and to, you know, stop assuming things and actually, you know, try and accelerate, you know, our progress in achieving the potential of the relationship. I felt very frustrated by, you know, the sort of our gentle slide into irrelevance as a trading partner for India. In particular, it would cause such frustration to me when I saw such potential for Britain in India and India in Britain, that we were becoming less and less relevant to each other. And so I wanted to, you know, put a collection of great writers and thinkers to the task of trying to demonstrate that there were great things to be doing together, and to articulate to government, hopefully, definitely in the UK, but hopefully also in India, that it would be a rewarding thing to do, to focus a bit more on the bilateral relationship with two countries that have so much in common in so many ways.
So I'm glad that you've done this, and I think it will be a good reading, though I haven't read the book, but I'll certainly ask for a copy. Another very interesting book that you've co-authored is The Man Who Tried to Buy the World, and I will not give details of this. We would like you to speak a little bit about this book, and what were the major factors which influenced you to write a book on Jean-Marie Messier? And next question, I will cover it here only. And what are the aspects of the book that will help students, especially business management students?
Well, that was just a tale of sort of corporate megalomania, and they come along with, you know, depressing frequency, and you know, there's one every sort of 5 or 6 years, or of sort of corporate titans who become overmighty, fall foul of governments, and have a sort of Icarus-like fall. And it was one of those, and it was emblematic of the times that we were then living in, during the height of the dot-com boom and the sort of the excitement in France that it was going to create a media giant that was going to take on the sort of the US tech giants like Google and Apple and so on. So it was a tale about France and America, France's hang-ups about America, France's hang-ups about, you know, its exceptionalism and its desire to, you know, resist the tide of sort of Anglo-Saxon cultural oppression. That was what it was all about, and I found it a fascinating tale. But thank you for mentioning it. It was it was a very long time ago that I wrote it, Dr. Vidya.
There are students of business management as well here, and I think it would be a great reading for the faculty as well as our students. So it was a great conversation. I think questions from my side are over. I would like Anita, are there any questions from the audience? Anita, that you would like to take forward? Anita, you're still on mute. Anita, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Something wrong. I think my keys are sticky. Yes, there are a couple of questions from the audience. Mr. Johnson, could I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So one of the questions is, a report you have written talks about UK creating reforms, or the need for UK to create reforms to bolster competitiveness and long-term sustainability of the UK position in international education, with the aim of two things. Number one, reducing dependency on China, and two, driving out fraud and abuse that often threatens the integrity of the visa system. Would you like to comment about that?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to make sure that India was no longer on the so-called high-risk country list, which the UK operates, because I thought there were better ways of managing the risks in a visa system than sort of effectively stigmatizing certain countries by putting them on sort of lists which require greater scrutiny than that. I felt it was the wrong way to tackle it. I think all countries should be on a level playing field, and all students should require the same level of scrutiny in terms of their applications. Well, there are technological solutions to how student applications are processed that can operate on a level playing field. So I wanted to effectively abolish this idea of a high-risk country list that effectively subjected students from those countries to sort of lengthy and laborious bureaucratic paper-based processes when there were robust technology solutions that could do the job much more effectively. That was the principal point I was making.
So do you think that is likely to happen? Is this in process?
Well, it should be. You know, our home offices in all countries tend to be, you know, quite slow moving and conservative, and they've got their own policy priorities to deal with. And, you know, accelerating student mobility is seldom top of their list of priorities. And, you know, obviously there are always competing policy interests across government. And I think in the UK, we need to shift the dial a bit more towards, you know, especially given where we are in the world right now. You know, we need to make the most of our cultural assets, our sort of the appeal of our higher education institutions, and shift the dial a little bit more towards openness and promoting international education, and away from sort of these bureaucratic processes that are designed essentially to keep people out rather than to enable people to come in.
I think in India it's just the same, Mr. Johnson. You know, one of the reasons why foreign students shudder to, you know, even apply for visas is you know, a very stringent process. And therefore, I keep saying in many of my dialogues that, you know, we need not just the Ministry of Education, but we need to also involve the External Affairs as well as the Ministry of Home Affairs, because they are the ones who maybe trouble the students more. And that is one of the reasons why students would not look at India as a destination. So I agree with you.
If I can ask just one more question, the need for lifelong education is now well accepted. You also work very closely with the tech sector. How do you think that we can make affordable quality, lifelong or continuing education available for those who really need it?
Well, it's a real challenge. I can only sort of speak about what we're doing in the UK, but we've recently announced that we're going to totally change the way we fund higher education. So instead of sort of a system in which you get funding for a 3 or 4 year degree in a one bite chunk, we've now said that you're going to have a lifelong learning entitlement, whereby you'll get 4 years of funding, but that you can spend it how you like, in credit size chunks, in module size chunks, or in years of study or semesters of study over the course of your working life. But you will have that entitlement to government loans to the value of 4 years of funding. And the intention of that is to enable people to feel that they've got other routes other than the classic sort of 3-year bachelor's degree or 4-year bachelor's degree, so that they can maybe start by doing a certificate or a diploma for 1 or 2 years at a level 4 or level 5 in our system, and then maybe top it up later with an honours degree that gets them that level 6 bachelor's degree qualification, and maybe then thereafter with a level 7 additional master's year of study. So that's the idea, is, much like your NEP is setting out, is to create a system where you can dip in and out of study, you can store credits with your academic bank of credits, or what our credit accumulation system will represent. And in that sense, India is very much ahead of the UK, I would say, in terms of legislating for the academic bank of credit and putting it on an institutional footing in that way.
Thank you. I'm very much aware that you have a flight to catch, Dr. Vidya.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for an excellent in-conversation session with you. And we hope to see you at Symbiosis very soon, hopefully in June when you travel to India. It's been a wonderful session. I'm sure the audience was extremely happy. And I hope we bring Britain and India together. I mean, the title of your book of Reconnecting Britain and India actually becomes a reality. I'm sure we will work towards it, and we will stay in touch for sure. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And I look forward to coming to Pune. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for joining us for this in-conversation with the Right Honorable Joe Johnson. Let me just very quickly tell you what we have planned for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the second day of IHE, and we begin with a session on knowledge diplomacy, leveraging international higher education research and innovation to solve global issues. That's at 11 a.m. So do join us. I think I lost. Yeah. So do join us tomorrow at 11 o'clock. We then have track 4 at 12:30, which is on sparking neighborhood dialogues in international higher education, India and its neighbors. We have the Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, joining us along with a very esteemed panel. After lunch, we come back for track 5, which is fostering dialogue for international cooperation, Australasia and India. And we have the launch of the Symbiosis Center for India, Australia Studies. We have Peter Truswell, the Consul General for Australia in Mumbai, joining us. So that's another interesting conversation at 2:45. And then finally, we sum up, as always, with strengthening bridges through student-faculty engagements. This is going to be a faculty and student session, and then a very quick wrap-up. We never have a valedictory because after power-packed sessions for 2.5 days, we'll just quickly wrap up. Dr. Amarendra Pani from AIU and I will wrap up and thank everyone. So thank you for joining us for this first day of the 6th edition of IHE. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope you found some, if not all, of the sessions interesting and insightful. We look forward to meeting you tomorrow for the second day. Have a great day. Stay safe. Stay hopeful. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.